online audience for what we hope will be the first of many such conferences about really what I think we can all agree is the most important subject of our day, not just in Brussels, but across the world, with massive implications that I think as recently as a few years ago, we really couldn't fathom. And we're going to start off with a very impressive panel to dig into these issues, and we're going to have 3 other panels over the course of the afternoon. I would just like to say a few words before I hand over to my colleagues about Euractiv and what we've been doing in tech and in other areas. And for those of you who are regular readers, you'll notice that there have been a lot of changes recently over the past 6 months or so. We've really remade the newsroom in many ways, and we're continuing to do that. And there's been particular focus on the tech team because it is so central to what we're doing. And I just wanted to introduce a few of my colleagues. Some of them are online here today. Some of them are in the room who are really leading this change and this cultural change for us at Euractiv on the tech front. And they include, of course, our editor, Natasha Lomas, who just recently started with us and came over from TechCrunch. We have Anupriya Datta, who's going to be leading the panel today in just a few moments. We also have Jacob Worf-Vort, who is in the room here, who is our token Norwegian on staff, and he's become a real expert in AI and its policy implications. We also have Claudie Moreau, who is from France, as you can tell, a policy expert. Has been working in Brussels for many years on various files. And finally, we have Theophane Hartmann, who I don't see in the room, but you'll see him later today, who sounds German, but he's actually very French, as you will experience shortly. I did want to just note that this does feel like one of these times in history, and for those of us who are literally old enough to remember the pre broadband age, the pre-cell phone age, it feels like we're again in one of these phases with AI and everything that is coming down the pike, where we know there are going to be massive changes, but people in general in society haven't really come to terms of what those implications are going to be. And it reminds me a little bit of the late 90s, early 2000s, where we had a similar period where there was a lot of euphoria, I would say, about the promise of the internet and all of the advantages it would bring. And few people then, I think, really understood just how dramatic those changes would be. And I have a kind of a sense at the moment that with AI, we're experiencing something quite similar. There's a lot of talk about the advantages of AI. We can all see it ourselves on a daily basis. But the really profound implications that AI is going to have for politics and policy, for societies across Europe, across the world, I think most people, including policymakers, haven't really fully understood. So it is my hope that this conference today will be a step in helping to inform people, to educate people, to debate these very important subjects. Before we start, I would like to thank the 2 sponsors we have today, CODE and CFG, the Center for Future Generations. And I would also like to introduce our panel members, who include Damien Böselager, an MEP, who is the Vice Chair of the Econ Committee, Sebastian Pant, who's the Competition Policy Officer at the BEUC, Alexandra de Streel, an Academic Director at the Center on Regulation in Europe, and finally, Tim Price, who is joining us from CODE. With no further ado, I'll invite Anupriya up to the stage to get the panel going. Thank you all.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot, Matt, for the introduction. I'm delighted to moderate the first panel of today on leveling the playing field, the role of the DMA, Digital Markets Act, in fostering innovation and growth in the single market. As Matt has introduced the panelists before, I would welcome them on stage. So Sebastian Pant from the European Consumer Organization, BOC, Professor Alexander Destel from SER, and Tim Price, the code representative. We will be joined by MEP Damian Boeselager a bit later because, as we understand, he is currently voting on a parliamentary report in the Parliament. So, without much further ado, we're going to kickstart the panel a bit. Sorry, I was hoping for a different microphone. Let me go to Sebastian. From the BOC's perspective, how can the Commission really improve consumer protection under the DMA? Are there specific actions you already see from the enforcement side that the Commission can take while it is currently looking at preliminary actions against gatekeepers? Yeah.
Is this working? Yes, great. Thank you very much for having me. I work for an organization called BOC, which is the European Consumer Organization. We have 45 independent national consumer groups as members in 32 different European countries. We're a strong supporter of the Digital Markets Act for a very simple reason, and that is that over years we have seen anti-competitive practices by big tech gatekeepers in Europe and beyond, and it has taken a phenomenal amount of time to get those abuse of dominance cases going, solved. It's taken 15 years to get the Google shopping judgment, and that's one of the reasons that we need the Digital Markets Act, and that is to stop abusive practices in the bud. The Digital Markets Act is in large part a piece of legislation to protect consumers, to give them more and better choice in digital markets, and that's why BOC has supported the DMA from its inception. Now, going forward, there are 3 points that I would like to make. The first is the obvious one: we need more enforcement. I think it goes without saying that it's now over 12 months since the DMA has been in application. It's now, we've still only had 2 decisions made. So what we'd like to see is more enforcement from the European Commission and the opening of more cases. We suspect there are still lots of examples of non-compliance. We will be carrying out a round of testing, for example, on what the gatekeepers are doing this month, and particularly the month or at the beginning of July. The second point, which we will not have if we do not have more enforcement, is the positive stories from the DMA, because that's what we all want. We want to see more app stores. We want to see consumers getting more choice in terms of the default apps on their devices. And without that first point, which is more and better enforcement, we will not get those positive stories. So that's another thing that we're keeping a very keen eye on, is making sure that consumers do get those better choices. And then a third point that I'd like to make, and I will finish there, is to really be careful, I think, with some of the messages that we've heard around the Digital Markets Act over the last few months, which is that it's an anti-American piece of legislation. It's not, clearly not. What this law is really about is creating fairer and more contestable markets in Europe. The job is not done. We need better enforcement to be able to get those positive stories out. And I will leave it there.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Also for the audience, we have QR codes which you can scan to send questions directly to the panelists as the panelists going on. And moving on, Alexander, Professor, from SARS perspective, do you see the DMA currently as a success story, and what more can be done at the moment?
Right. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation, and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, I mean, as Sebastian said, I mean, this law is very important. I call it often the anti-matrix law, you know, because for those who have seen the movie Matrix, you know, where the people are in one ecosystem and don't even realize that they are in this ecosystem and it's very difficult to go out. So I really do think that that is at the end of the day the ultimate goal of the DMA is to, on the one hand, as you say, increase the choice for all of us, and by doing so, increase innovation. Okay, so those are really the two KPI, general KPI, I think, on which the DMA should be evaluated. Now, of course, it's 1 year of enforcement, 1 year of application, so it's clearly too early to tell whether it's a success story, and we will have to assess that in some years. But I would say that the direction that has been taken is relatively good so far. In a sense that the priority of the Commission, because, you know, I mean, you have a lot of obligation in the DMA, it applies to a lot of, I mean, to several companies and very powerful companies, so clearly the Commission should prioritize. And I think the way the Commission has prioritized its works, focusing in particular on opening the operating system and to multiply the number of app and app store, and also on the use of the data and the personal data which is done by some platform, are probably the right priority. So I think we are on the right track. I'd say we have done an extensive study, which is on the website of SARE, on the process and enforcement, the process, sorry, and the procedures, because, you know, one thing is to have the rule right. Another thing, and it's maybe even more important, is to have the process right, given the complexity of the law. And what we have concluded is that the process is broadly right, but we have suggested at least 3 improvements in the process. And that's, I would say, what would make the enforcement even more effective. First is to have more transparency and more also multilateral dialogue among the gatekeeper, the business user, and the Commission. Because what we see so far is a series of bilateral dialogue, either the gatekeeper and the Commission, or the business user and the Commission, but very rarely they meet together to discuss things which are very technical. Now, there are the workshop of the Commission, and a number of workshops will be organized at the end of this month and the next month, but I mean, that's clearly not enough in terms of multilateral dialogue. And what also we need in terms of transparency is better compliance report. So we had the first compliance report in March last year, the second generation, which are clearly better than the first generation this year. But still, we would think that, for instance, if we had more indicators of what has been realized and standardized indicators, so you can benchmark one gatekeeper over another, that would probably help enforcement and compliance. The second thing we think are necessary is more legal predictability. And what we mean by that is clearer priorities. As I said, I think the priority of the Commission are right, but they are not clearly expressed as such. You can find them through their case. And I would say that the prioritization has been done better in the DMA enforcement than in the DSA enforcement, which seems to go all over the place. But a clearer, more explicit priority setting. The second thing, which is, I think, important, is more clarity on what is a compliant solution. You know, because sometimes I would say the Commission is not daring enough to say, okay, that is acceptable, that is not acceptable. Okay, too often they say to the gatekeeper, and it's true, that's the solution of the law. It's up to them to come with a compliant solution. So the burden of proof is on them. But yet, I think with more clarity from the Commission, that could help. One way to do that is through specification measure. And for those who follow the file, the Commission has adopted 2 specification decisions against Apple in March, and we think that's the way to go, because that is giving you more clarity of what is needed. And the third and the last element that we mentioned in our report is better institutional arrangement. And by that we mean, first, to have a clear division of work, division of task between the Commission on the one hand, which is the ultimate enforcer and the sole enforcer of the DMA, and the national authority, which are there to help the Commission. So, for instance, doing advocacy campaign, listening to the complaint of business users, which are often local, for us should be more a role of the national authority, and then, of course, the Commission should be the interface of the gatekeeper. But because the business users are mostly local, or many of them are local, we think there is an important role for the national authority. And the second thing we need in terms of institutional improvement is to have a number of governance mechanism to ensure that the number of access obligation, interoperability obligation, or data sharing or data portability obligation are well implemented. It's not enough to have a law. You need to have a governance mechanism to accompany that. So I think, if we manage to do that, so more transparency, more legal predictability, and better institutional arrangement, the DMA could then deliver what it is supposed to deliver.
Thank you. And going to you now, Tim. Could you briefly outline first what code does in the ongoing work of the DMA enforcement, and also whose interests are you representing, and how's your relationship with the Commission on the DMA enforcement side? Thanks.
Sure. First of all, thanks very much for having me. I'm a last-minute stand-in for my colleague Coco, who sends her apologies not to be able to make it today. So you have to make do with second best, but I will try my very best. In a way, code is a result of the processes which DMA started. After all, the DMA is something new, an experiment, if you will. And for me, the public policy desire, if I put myself on that side of it for a moment, is clear and understandable. Yeah, it's to engage in a dialogue, work together with the technology firms to bring about quicker, real-time changes, as opposed to the previous overtly legalistic and combative approach, if you will, which ends up with years of battles in court. Yeah. So Code is a group of companies that have come together because they think that tools like the DMA can encourage open digital ecosystems. And they believe these are ultimately better than closed ones. Better in the sense that they can deliver more innovation and growth, precisely the things the EU wants to encourage. I'll give you one quick example just at the top. So Europe's a world leader in watchmaking, has been for centuries. Yeah. As watches become more digital, Europe has an ability to remain at the forefront, but only if those European manufacturers have the same access to mobile systems as others, clearly. Let me also say, by way of introduction, and maybe it's a little bit controversial, but to plant a seed of thinking, open digital systems allow Europeans, policymakers, businesses, consumers, to have more say, control, and influence over their own destiny when it comes to technology. Digital systems are complex things. We use the word ecosystems on purpose to show that everything is connected, yeah? But if you have closed parts of that ecosystem, it's kind of like a forest full of nature, yeah? Where two species or one or two species are just not playing ball, they're in it for themselves, yeah? If you share the belief that the world is becoming more and more interconnected, promoting openness, particularly in digital ecosystems, is the only way to ensure kind of some degree of fairness and sustainability in our view.
Thank you very much. We'll take the first question here, which I've received from Matthew Allison for BOK. And it says, how does BOK respond to the protests of digital gatekeepers that compliance with the DMA will result in an inferior user experience for European consumers, or even deny them access to platforms and services?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. I think that's a big tech narrative that we've heard for a very long time. And I think we have to be a bit wary of it, because the whole point of the Digital Markets Act is to have more and better choice. It is not at all to limit choice. It's quite the opposite. It's actually to open things up, open up that ecosystem, prevent gatekeeping activities, as we have seen over the years. Just take the Google Shopping, the Google Android, the Apple Music streaming cases. These are all examples where challengers were forced to work within a certain ecosystem which didn't work for them, and it of course has all kinds of repercussions for consumers in terms of what they're accessing, the price that they're paying, etc. So I'm pretty wary of that kind of narrative. I don't think that's at all what the Digital Markets Act is about.
Thank you. So we saw recently, at the end of April, the first two big fines under the DMA, 500 million against Apple over its steering rules, and 200 million against Meta over its pay or consent model. Looking at you, Alexandra, do you think these fines are sufficient?
No, but I mean, I don't think the point of the DMA is to have fine. I mean, the point of the DMA is to have compliance and to change a business model. So clearly, I mean, I'm always a bit at ease when everyone is focusing on those fines, which, you know, for those firms are clearly a drop in the ocean. I mean, but that's not the matter. I mean, the matter is how you manage those firms, how you manage to have a change of behavior. And that takes time. You know, I've worked on the opening of the telecom network since 20 years, and then, I mean, it takes 10 years. And here it's more complex. So I would say that this is something which will take time. Now, how the Commission can help, it's by having, as you say, more enforcement, by having also, you know, by having every place which can help the enforcement. So, for instance, the compliance officer, the compliance report, the dialogue with business user, the dialogue with consumer organization, and everything should help. But I mean, clearly, the fines are just there to be part of an incentive mechanism, but it's clearly not the most powerful incentive mechanism. I would say also that one of the big difficulties of the DMA, it's a new law. I'm just back from a conference last week of the, the organization of the European law, and there was one day on the DSA and the DMA. And what was interesting is that at that conference, and it's very exceptional, half of the judges at the Court of Justice are present. And you know, there are three panels. They could have chosen energy law, DSA, DMA, or emergency law, and most of the judges were in the track on DSA and DMA. Now, what does it mean? It means that they expect to have a lot of cases, and in a way it's normal. So it will take a little bit of time to have those cases to go to the court. But I think, you know, here what the Commission can do is to try to accelerate as much as possible the route to the court by, as you say, take some decision, and they will be appealed, as we have seen. I mean, the two specification decision of Apple have just been appealed. I guess that the two non-compliance decision will be appealed, and that's fine. I mean, that will help the court to clarify the scope of the law. So, you know, basically, to answer to your question, no, I don't think those fines are enough, but I don't think that's the main issue of the DMA enforcement.
Yes, please go ahead.
I agree very much with Alexander. I think the fines are a bit of a sideshow in the sense this is not what the DMA was created to do. As I said earlier, it's somehow supposed to put in place a pseudo-regulatory process rather than the next post kind of a portion of blame, if you want. Yeah. Having said that, culture takes some time to change, I guess, on all sides. And I think some have engaged in that faster than others. And therefore, I understand why the Commission might still be reaching for that sometimes. For me, though, the DMA should be something different. It should meet something different. And that's genuine efforts to improve the competitive landscape for European businesses, yeah? I think, as Alexander said earlier. And as far as we're concerned, promoting openness inside of that is the best way to do it.
And for you, Sebastian, do you think the DMA fines are dissuasive, or has it furthered compliance and a level playing field within the digital ecosystems?
So the size of the fines, I'm not going to comment on. It's not something that we're specifically looking at. Is the size. The point of the fine? There has to be a fine when you've got non-compliance. It's actually very simple. When you've got a company that is not complying with the law and they've had a year to comply, they've actually had even longer because they knew that they'd been designated long before then, and they have not complied, then there has to be a fine. It's very simple. The fine does have to be a deterrent, I'm afraid. I'm not going to say what size the fine needs to be a deterrent, but it has to be a deterrent, and it has to push, ultimately, the people at the very top levels of those companies to think, well, we're going to be in trouble at some point if we keep doing this non-compliance. And I just wanted to come back to a point that you made earlier about hopefully the DMA is going to be a new era in terms of preventing the combative style that we had in the past and the years of court battles. I'm afraid, Apple has appealed, Meta has appealed. We're going to have years of court battles regardless. I think these companies have made it very clear that they're going to fight every single inch of the way. And so, unfortunately, I think we do need these fines. Yes, we're going to have to go down the court route, but I hope that at some point we're going to have compliance so that we end up with better digital markets.
But can I say one thing? Yes, of course, but I mean, it's normal that at some point, at the beginning of a law, in a complex law like this, you have those legal challenges. And, I don't want to play the devil advocate or the big tech advocate because they are not here. But I mean, it is true that sometimes the law is not clear, So I don't think it's that easy to comply with the DMA, This idea of self-executing provision was a joke since the beginning. And so I would say that I don't want to defend them, but I would say that sometimes, and if you take the pay of consent, I mean, it's a super complicated legal issue for the DMA, for the consumer protection, and for the GDPR. You have yourself launched several complaints, and I think it's good because it will allow the law to be clearer. But let's be honest, I mean, this situation legally is not clear today, I would say. So, I mean, finding someone when the situation is not that clear to me is maybe, I mean, it should be taken with caution. I mean, I agree that it's important when you have a blatant non-compliance, but I think given the novelty of the law and given the complexity, I would say there is very little blatant violation at this stage. That's why I am pushing for this dialogue and for specification decision and for clarity from the Commission side and then from the court side.
I agree with you. I just want to clarify, within code, there are 2 designated gatekeepers, but we represent a whole host of other companies as well, who all share the common desire for a more open system. I'm not here today to talk on behalf of any one of the gatekeepers or any one of those companies. But you mentioned choice earlier, and all of us have seen kind of in real life what the DMA has meant in the terms of actually choosing defaults for certain things or others. And one of our members, Opera, experienced a kind of a huge spike in downloads on iOS just a month after DMA came into force, and you can't tell me that was completely coincidental. So indeed, this issue of choice, giving all market players equal access, should allow them to compete on the merits rather than on their ability to control the market.
I'm also going to play a devil's advocate. Alexandra, you spoke about the fact that these are very complicated legal issues under the DMA that we're dealing with. However, the Commission is having these regulatory dialogues regularly. There are workshops now, we're at the second round. Do you think that's enough? Do you think more regulatory dialogue is required?
Much more, much more. I would say that to me, the DMA is still enforced in an antitrust manner. in the sense that in an antitrust manner, how do? You have the antitrust authority and the dominant company, which have some adversarial dialogue, and then there is a remedy which is thought through. You market test that with the market, and then you decide. And I would say that it's a little bit how it is implemented, the DMA is implemented in a little bit in that manner. If you contrast that with the industry I know best, which is telecom, and when you had the opening of the telecom network, how you had that, you had the regulator who said to the company, you sit on the table and you dialogate all the time on technical issue, contractual issue, economic issue, and so on. And so I would say, I know it's not easy because there is a cultural element here. It's the fact that you have the European Commission, which have to deal with US gatekeeper. And I think it's probably more difficult to ask to a US firm to sit at the table, in particular in the current geopolitical context, than it was 20 years ago for a telecom regulator to do it with its own telecom operator. But yet, I do think, yes, we need much more regulatory type of enforcement and not antitrust type of enforcement. And so that means much more multilateral dialogue than we have today.
That's interesting. Yes, before we also go into the geopolitical context, I'll just like to introduce our fourth speaker, MEP Damian Boslager. And just as an introduction, how do you see the enforcement of the DMA from the Commission right now, also as a co-legislator?
So first of all, excuse me for being late. I was 4 minutes ago still in the Econ Committee voting, and I'm very proud of my time that I made it here. And the second excuse I have to give, or apology, is that I'm not a deep expert on the DMA, so excuse me if I'm like, it was very nice of you to invite me, and I'm happy to be here, but I'm still also learning, I guess, from my co-panelists. I mean, what I've seen so far is that there's still, since it just came into force a year ago, legal uncertainty, and maybe the others have also elaborated on this, and I think there will be, law cases coming and so on. But I think what the European Commission could do is definitely try to maybe staff up a bit to see if there can be more guidance, but also, more interpretation also of their own law in a way, or of our law in a way to create a bit more clarity. Yeah, and then I think just in terms of also making sure that what has been applied is not lost. I think I don't know if you talked about this, but in a global perspective of trade negotiations, it should be clear that this is absolutely not on the table, but completely off the table. I think that would be also quite important. But in general, I think it was a huge success to classify this kind of gatekeeper notion, which helped me actually in consequent digital laws that I negotiated, like the Data Act and Data Governance Act, in shaping a bit of an understanding of what concentrated markets mean. I think it's also important because I do see that when we look at the larger competition discussion, there's still a stronger tendency of industrial policy also to undermine competition law within Europe, out of this notion that if you have large European players, maybe competition in Europe is not so good, but globally we would be much more competitive. I think that's a huge misinterpretation of how you reach competitiveness. It's not by undermining competition in your own geography. And so I really like the DMA for being very clearly, size-based and not geography-based in a way. Sorry, it was a bit of a catch-it-all.
No, that's great. Tim, maybe you want to make a remark?
I guess partly in response to what you were saying, but I think that it was clear what the driver for the DMA was from a public policy sense. I said that already. What I don't think, though, and I think where there maybe needs to be some work done, is for me it was against something. It's not quite clear for me what it's for. Yeah, apart from, meeting the overall objectives of the European Union in terms of competitiveness, innovation, etc. And within that, to have a debate about what type of competitiveness, and I think that we're still in the early stages of that. And I think that's one of the areas where Code, as a coalition of companies who are interested in that, is contributing with the Commission. They are listening to us. And I think there's this debate about what it's actually for, what the real objectives are, and in a positive sense, actually still has some way to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, Currently, we're seeing a lot of US-based tech companies. Most of them are also gatekeepers like Meta and Apple, voicing heavy criticism against the DMA. Meta has called any fine imposed by EU as a tariff against the company, and some have defined it as a, let's say, tech war. So how do you see the DMA enforcement as a wider geopolitical issue? And a small follow-up, which is a question from our audience member, Nathan, I don't see the last name, so to what extent is the DMA still a matter of live political debate, or to what extent simply a legal matter at this point? In particular, to what extent will or should the DMA factor be part of a broader discussion about the political direction of the current EU mandate, especially vis-a-vis Washington? So very, very heavy questions. So I'll let everyone have a moment to respond, but I'll start with you, Damien.
So what I find interesting about the DMA DSA is that basically the DMA is looking at markets, the digital services at consumer protection, and from maybe market concentration also. What I think we are missing, and what should be much more part of the political discussion right now, is citizen or electorate protection. Yeah? I think we realized with Musk's interference via accident that there's an element we're missing. But that's why I think, like, when you look at if you zoom into the DMA. Personally, I think within the European context, at least, I don't hear strong voices saying, within the digital omnibus, we should revamp the political balance that has been found within the law. Maybe there's some elements on bureaucracy, but even there, I haven't heard anything. But I think when you talk about the current negotiations between the White House and, or like the Trade Secretariat and Šefčovič, I think there's a clear push, and you have read this all in the news, to lower any form of non-tariff protectionist, if you want to classify it as that, standards for our markets, and that includes the standards for goods. And there you are with the claw chicken, I don't know what's the English word for that, chlorine chicken, or like other beautiful things that we know from TTIP negotiations. And on the services side, of course, you have the DMA, DSA. I mean, I think that's very clear, and I think it's very important that we don't fall into this trap. Yeah, I think what is interesting in this context is also to see where digital services taxes fall, because there's, for example, from the German government, there was a recent push, which I think is a not so smart idea, because everything that you mention in the context of these trade negotiations then, falls also once a trade agreement has been found. Yeah.
Moving to Tim.
But as I was saying, and I think it's partly an answer to Nathan's question, I don't think there's been enough of debate how it fits into the broader objectives. Yeah, it's a tool which is looking for control, but one where they haven't thought through what the overall objective is. And as we would argue that promoting openness within those digital ecosystems is a way to achieve that. I think you see some improvement already. I'm not here today to comment on whether the DMA is good or bad. I mean, it's a fact, yeah? And companies, members of my organization, they have to live with the reality on the ground, yeah? Policymakers decided to adopt the law. This is the law. You have to apply the law. And we start to see some improvements, I think, yeah? And fellow colleagues have talked about some things already. But if you take messaging interoperability, for example, you already see some small steps towards better interoperability. Okay, slow, and there's still a long way to go. So I wouldn't be quite so, how do you say, I would look at the glass a little bit more half full than half empty, yeah. And I think it's important that we protect those from kind of geopolitical kind of machinations, if you want, yeah. It's a reality. Companies in my organization, in any case, are dealing with that reality. They've staffed up to have thousands of people dealing with enforcement, change products, left, right, and center. It's just a reality of the dialogue that's going on. And as I said before, I'd be in favor of, on a personal level, of an increased dialogue, as Alexandre was saying. And I think that cultural change will happen over time.
Alexandra, how do you see the DMA? Is it still a purely legal issue or a political debate?
So I would say two things. So first, on the issue of Trump and the tariff, the problem with Trump is everything he doesn't like, he calls it tariff, and also he doesn't care about violating the law, given that he do it himself all the time. So, I mean, that's with that kind of interlocutor, I think it's a completely different dimension to some extent, and so it's clearly not a tariff. But I mean, but the problem is that we have it's a different dimension with him. So I think that's the thing. But I mean, it's clear that we should not mix the two and not politicize too much the DMA. Otherwise, it's the end of the DMA, and that's why for me, on the long term, I think it should not be the Commission anymore, which should be the sole enforcer of the DMA. It should be a European Digital or Platform Authority, because clearly you have a Commission which is becoming more and more political or geopolitical because of the evolution of the world. And at the same time, who has to become an enforcer. And so, what we criticize in the US, which is the theory of unitary government and having Trump, which, remove who he wants in the agency, we have that in Europe in a way, So I think there is a further reflection that we should have on the long term, and is to have the development of an independent authority at the European level. Like we have for the financial supervision with the ECB, we should probably have the same thing for the big tech. Now, in terms of the second question, whether it's political or legal, it's both, obviously. It's both. So it's political in the sense that it is giving a direction that we want openness and competition as the basis for competitiveness. So it's very, and Draghi is very clear on this, because many people say, Draghi is against regulation, so Draghi is against the DMA. I mean, if you read the Draghi report, he's extremely in favor of the DMA for the reason you have mentioned, because he said openness and competition are the key for competitiveness. So it's political, but it's also legal. There is full of legal question, as I said, and that they will have to be clarified by the court, hopefully sooner than later, but it's inevitable when you have a new law.
Very simply, I mean, I think we all agree on this panel, we have to keep the geopolitics and the DMA separate. The DMA, we have in Europe the rule of law. This law needs to be enforced. I think you have companies like Meta that have been very clever in using the word tariffs when the decisions came, and that is to prick the ears of somebody in the White House, and it worked. Right, so I just don't think that's a route we should go down. I think the Commission's been pretty good on it. It said, look, we're going to enforce the law. This is a European law, and it's going to be enforced. As I said before with my opening statement, I just hope we get now to the stage where we have more investigations opened, more investigations concluded, and final decisions reached on the DMA, because we still only have two, and from our perspective, we still see quite a lot of non-compliance out there.
Yeah, I mean, while the US is criticizing DMA, it is also having ongoing competition cases against big tech platforms. And that also brings me to another question on this topic by Tony Shortall. What impact would separation decisions in the US have on the work of the DMA? And I'm assuming this relates to the Google case. And maybe I'll bring that for you, Alexander.
Always a difficult one from Tony. I mean, it's not clear yet because it's not clear what will be decided in the US. So, okay, there is the divestiture of Chrome, although it's not very clear whether the judge will impose that or not. There is also the other case in tech where the DOJ is asking for the structural separation. So, I would say two things. First, I think it's important that there is a dialogue between the US judge, which have to decide those cases, and the people doing the DMA here. I understand that it's happened a little bit, so the DMA is discussed in the hearings, but maybe not enough. But I think it's important that there is this transatlantic dialogue. The second thing I would say is that I mean, clearly in Europe, it would be difficult to impose a structural separation for a legitimacy reason. I mean, I don't see very well in the current context having the Commission imposing the structural separation of a US big tech if that is not done also in the US. So I would say, yes, it may help, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that if we have those structural separation first, I'm not sure we will have it, that then the DMA or many part of the DMA will be useless, because I think a lot of problem will not be addressed by the structural separation that needs to be addressed by the DMA.
I was going to say, I think we shouldn't get too, not this panel, but we shouldn't get too sidetracked by discussion of that. The DMA ultimately is a tool to deliver something in Europe, yeah? And there's been a lot of focus on who was designated, who the gatekeepers are, but actually there's hundreds of small businesses across Europe who actually depend on the DMA being a success, yeah? So if I take a Italian member of code, it's called Fly Wallet. It's a device manufacturer, so they manufacture some watches and some other things. They depend on openness to all platforms in order to develop their business, yeah? The same is true of Lynx, a French AR, VR headset manufacturer, yeah? And you can all appreciate in the audience where the competitive kind of strengths and weaknesses are of people in that market, yeah? They depend on openness to get their products to market, yeah? So I think I understand the focus on what's called big tech, but I think the DMA is there as a tool to achieve something different from a policy-making sense.
No, I just wanted to also echo your point on the, let's say, looking at the real effects that we can see for smaller businesses with the application of the DMA. I think it's a super important point, and I don't know if they're really ongoing consultations with the member companies of your association and so on to really understand in detail whether it's working or not. And then in general, I think if there's any form of commercial separation, what the Commission will have to do is to apply the criteria of the DMA on the new entities that have been created. And I would be pretty positive that at least on the search side, I think there would be a reclassification as a gatekeeper. And on the Chrome side, I don't know the current user numbers, but could also be the case. So I think the rules are, I don't even know if they need to be in any form of dialogue. I think they would just have to wait what kind of legal entities are being created.
Yeah, I totally agree with Alexandre. I think it's very hard to imagine the European Commission going ahead without a decision first on the American side. But just one point that I do want to add, I think it shows that a lot of the problems that we are seeing in the tech sphere are problems in the United States, and they're grappling with those issues as well. The advantage that we have is we have these rules. We have the DMA in the EU, there's the DMCC in the UK, and these are things that have been put in place precisely because we have competition issues in digital markets. And so again, we're actually a step ahead in some ways on trying to open up these markets, and I think that's exactly what the title of this panel is about. It's fostering more growth in the single market because you're going to allow the challengers to compete on the merits, especially, and not be sort of locked out of a particular ecosystem.
No, that's super interesting, and that brings, maybe you want to keep the microphone because we have a specific question for Boke from Aureline from DuckDuckGo. What are the key persistent areas of non-compliance for Boke? What do you think is yet to be delivered for consumers when it comes to the DMA?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Aurélien. I mean, as I said at the beginning, we're carrying out a new round of checking where the gatekeepers are complying or not. We're going to do some testing by the end of this month. There's a lot, unfortunately, of areas where we see potential non-compliance. One area where we see non-compliance pretty much across the board is Article 5.2, which is about the use of personal data, getting consent from end users for the use of personal data. We see proliferation of dark patterns, brightly colored buttons, incomplete language, supposedly explaining to consumers whether they want to consent to their data being used or not. And unfortunately, what we see concerns with all the gatekeepers there. There are still problems related to the browsers, the choice of search engines, app stores, so Articles 6, 3, and 4. We see issues also, potential issues also on tying. So unfortunately, there are a lot of areas where we have concerns. We have noted since March 2024, when the DMA entered into application, we have seen progress in some areas. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I think we've seen some good things that have happened, but I think there's still work to be done. And my concern is the speed at which this is happening is still not there. And it's not just for consumers, it's also for those challengers who want to be able to offer their products on a level playing field and are not being able to. So again, to the Commission, please speed up the enforcement, make sure the resources in the DMA teams are there.
If I may, I think in the Parliament during the legislative phase, there was an effort to include a more consumer focus in the DMA. Ultimately, the DMA is not a consumer tool, yeah, in a sense. Yeah? It's a business tool. The point of it is to increase competition within business sector, yeah, rather than a tool for consumer. We believe, nevertheless, that actually the consumer should be put, or the user should be put more at the center of it, yeah, because if the consumer chooses or has the choice, this drives behavior of the suppliers, of the manufacturers, of the suppliers of services and goods, yeah. And we did a survey actually a few months ago, 5 European countries. 91%, I think, of respondents said, users said that they wanted to be able to use different devices interchangeably. So I don't know if you've got a Bose headset and it syncs wirelessly or seamlessly with your mobile device, or if you've got a smartwatch, it syncs seamlessly. And of course, these things don't happen as seamlessly as people expect them to happen. And this is a barrier, and this is an area where it's a clear choice of consumers that they would like that to be easier. And if it is easier, it will also drive more innovation and growth in Europe.
Yes, that's also quite interesting, because at the end of the day, consumer protection could be and should be a big part of competition law and the DMA. And going a bit deeper into this level playing field aspect, which is also the topic for the panel today, maybe also specifically, how does the DMA, and do you think personally that the DMA is playing an active role in improving competition in the tech markets? Do we see an impact already now, or still more can be done? I'll start with Alexandra. And
yeah, I mean, we see some impact now. I mean, preliminary impact in the sense that you see a new app store being created or about to be created. You see a new possibility to reach the consumer without having to go to the two main app stores. So yes, I mean, some little things are happening, and it's normal. Now, I would say two things, and to come back to the first question about the unintended effect, or sometimes, you know, the situation of the consumer which is degraded. It happened. I mean, the famous example is Google Maps, you know, which is de-linked, and I think it's for many of us, it doesn't help the consumer experience. We must also recognize that those big tech are fantastic in dealing with consumer experience. I mean, that's what made their success. I mean, it's clear. I mean, their success don't come from anti-competitive practice at the beginning, you know. Maybe, yes, they have maintained sometimes their power through anti-competitive practice, but I would say that many of those companies have the consumer experience in mind. So I think we should recognize, and to go back to the review that the Commission will have to do next year, we will have to recognize the positive effect and accelerate those, but also recognize that sometimes there has been negative and unintended effect, and correct those. So I am really hopeful that the review that the Commission will have to do, and then that will have to be submitted to the Parliament and the Council, that is done very seriously to improve what can be improved and to correct what needs to be correct. Because, you know, you cannot have the DMA right in the first instance. I mean, it's so complex. So we see some positive sign, but there are also some problem that needs to be solved, I think.
Sebastian, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do see new app stores. That's great. The fact that you are now able to add an app store to your device, I think most people are going to say, well, that's a positive thing. An uptick in alternative browsers, an uptick in the numbers of alternative browsers, I think that's a good thing. Being able to choose which search engine you're going to use on your device, I think that's a great thing. Are we there yet? No. There's still too much negative friction. I think it's still too complicated. There are still too many steps involved. There are still too many warning screens that we see from some of the gatekeepers. You know, a warning: are you really sure you want to leave our app store? Are you really sure you want to make a payment outside our payment ecosystem? Well, I think that's the kind of thing that we really need to be a bit harder on. And just one thing, I had to bounce back on what you said. I think you're right that these tech companies have done a very good job in the consumer experience. But let's not fool ourselves either. I'm not saying you're fooling yourself, but I also think their profligate use of dark patterns across the board, when you're trying to not consent, for example, to the use of your personal data across their services, I think it's actually unacceptable. And those are dark patterns that are there for a very good reason. It's not somebody just thought, oh, well, let's just chuck in a dark pattern. No, it's because it suits those companies to have those dark patterns in there and mislead consumers, get them lost on the user journey. And I think that's something that the Commission really needs to take seriously. So yes, there is a good consumer experience, but there's a lot of stuff out there that is unnecessary and is downright harmful to consumers. So let's get rid of it, please.
Yeah, I always felt a bit that the DSA and the DMA are, you know, basically an admission of failure. Basically, you have realized that you have a too stark market concentration, and then you try to somehow remedy the negative effects. And I think you have mentioned a couple of them. But I'm still wondering whether, you know, consumer protection or data privacy can really be tackled via the DMA. And I think you said this also. The DMA, for me, is really trying to do the bare minimum in making sure that for already markets that have already tilted over, there is an entry level again for some new entrants to potentially, you know, get in there. And I think it's always slow. It's always already trying to break open a market that has closed. And therefore, I think the role of, you know, the DMA in fostering innovation and growth, it's an important one, but it's always a bit like for markets that have already been created. And I'm a bit wondering whether this will be then the big drivers of future growth that we will need. And I think when you say, you know, we need to put the users in the center of it, I'm not sure the DMA is the correct instrument for that neither. I think there is other instruments that might help. We can talk about whether GDPR is applied correctly. I think it's over-applied in some areas and it's completely under-applied in others that you have just mentioned when it comes to privacy. I don't know who actually objected to Meta taking your personal data for AI training. Yeah, it's less than half, I would say. So to all the others, you're training the model. Maybe you want to. It's also cool. I don't know. You know, there are other laws, and so I think it's very important to specifically look at the laws that we are, you know, working on. And again, as I said, I think there's one missing on citizen protection and election protection. There might be one missing on sovereignty aspects, which I think we have just a new sovereignty. I'm a transatlanticist. I lived in the States. It's great, but like we have a new sovereignty and resilience risk that the Parliament is also working on, and that I think the Commission is also working on. It's a completely different perspective to look at concentrated markets. So it's always important to understand a bit the regulatory goal I think you're trying to achieve. Yeah.
That's super interesting to know that the Parliament is already looking at topics that the DMA might not be able to deal with at the moment, like we see aspects of consumer protection, data privacy. And I just had a small follow-up, Damien, if I may, on this simplification and competitiveness aspect we're going to be seeing from the Commission in the future. Could you also quickly provide the Parliament's view on digital simplification? As a co-legislator, are you looking forward to it, or do you have any fears, let's say?
I don't know. I felt you still wanted to comment on the DMA part, or do you have any? I'm happy to, unless you had a quick point on this. No. Okay, good. This is a broad question. I think, and that's why also the title is interesting. I mean, competitiveness for me derives from 6 elements. One is you have to have great ideas, you need cash, you need good people, you need to be able to be compliant in a fast way, you need infrastructure that you can work on, and you need to have a fair competition that you can operate within. And that's a bit like the part that the 6th element of the fair competition is the one that we are talking about. So if you talk about competitiveness in a larger context, you need to also look at these other elements. And yes, this compliance element, I think, is interesting. And what we can, I'll very likely work on whatever comes out as a digital omnibus from the ITRE committee. Whatever it will look like, let's see. I think what I see in the omnibuses that I'm working on at the moment, like InvestEU, is that there is a part which is simplification, and then there's a part shifting the goalpost, like trying to basically politically change the balance of what has been achieved. And I can agree with that or disagree with that, but it's just a bit annoying if you call it simplification at the same time. So I think the goal has to be to, in the digital simplification omnibus, now really look at where do we have conflicting obligations, where obligations completely useless, where do we have classifications. I mean, let's take, for example, the DGA nomination of data altruism. I don't know if who's in this. Probably no one. Very nerdy little paragraph in the DGA, and so far nobody has registered a data altruistic organization. So okay, good. Then maybe we can think about how to make it more attractive. So I think there's a range of stuff to look at. I think what I would really warn about is open some of the big lobby fights that we had in the last mandate, and to just repeat them again to try to find a different balance this time. I think that would be not so smart when it comes to trying to create certainty for businesses, because if you, again, change constantly where you're heading, then this might create such a legal uncertainty that the risk is actually higher than the benefit of reduced bureaucratic efforts. So I think there's a lot to be done there.
Thank you. I'm also a bit mindful of the time, so now I'll give each panelist the floor to give some concluding remarks, and also looking forward, what can we expect further? What are your hopes, let's say, from the Commission on DMA enforcement? I'll start with you, Sebastian, first.
Thank you, Anupriya. So in terms of hopes, we would like to see more investigations opened against possible non-compliance. We'd like to see more second stage, so the issuing of preliminary findings to happen, and then for us to reach either the closure of investigations or a decision of non-compliance to be issued. So far, we've only had 2 non-compliance decisions. We've had 1 decision to close an investigation against Apple for preventing users from choosing alternative browsers. And I think that's too little. I think a year on, we do need more. So for example, we're paying particular attention to the self-preferencing in Google search. we have it's hard word to say, preliminary findings that were issued in March of this year, and we hope that that's going to now speed up. And again, we'll be carrying out a whole new round of checking compliance and testing of the gatekeepers, and we just hope that everybody will engage in this process and that things speed up so that we get to more enforcement and just more open digital markets, which is something that we desperately need.
Yes, I mean, I think on hope, I think that there will be some improvement on process along the line of what I have said at the beginning. So more multilateral dialogue, better compliance report, more clarity on what the law means, and a better division of work between the Commission and the national authority. Another thing I hope is that, as I said, everyone will learn from the previous mistake and that we will improve all the time, you know. So the Commission should improve its enforcement, the gatekeeper should improve their culture of compliance and so on. And the last thing is that the evaluation, which will be done by the Commission next year, will allow to identify the things which needs to improve. That would be, for me, very important that this evaluation is done well.
I'll be very brief. So, for me, my hope is that the Commission leans more into the way in which the markets can be made more competitive, which is to embrace openness more. I don't think they've done it enough. It's still more about control rather than embracing the principle of openness. And on a personal level, I share Alexandre's view, which is that I would like to see a quicker change in the culture of those who are being regulated.
I mean, I learned more today than I can put into a concluding remark. I think I really like the point of building up enough resources to follow up. I really like the point of understanding the impact of the regulation and whether it's actually achieving its aim of creating openness and innovation in subsequent markets. I think that's a really important one. But I would also say that we shouldn't stop with the DMA and really look at our competition toolbox as a whole and see if we really covered the value of data correctly, if we, if our toolbox is ready to look at emerging markets, because it's not good to just look at the big ones that we already lost, but we need to look into the competition and competitiveness of our industry, I think also where it's more emerging.
Thank you. For me, I think three main points that I draw from this panel. We can leave the question open whether 1 year is too soon or too much time for the Commission, for the DMA, but one thing is for sure that everyone agrees that there needs to be fair competition in these markets, and for that you need to open them up. We can also discuss whether fines are really dissuasive. I think it's really a drop in the ocean. While writing about the fines, we saw a study where it takes Meta less than a day to pay those fines. So we can have a separate discussions whether fines are really truly dissuasive, but I think we can agree that the main aspect should be compliance and really having regulatory dialogues with these gatekeepers. Also from the Parliament side, it's good to see that there's still work going on competition, market concentration, and other digital laws, which we'll also see in the upcoming omnibus. And of course, the DMA cannot address every challenge in the digital ecosystem. We have the GDPR, we have upcoming new rules on consumer protection, or already existing consumer protection laws. So yeah, let's see. I would like to thank every panelist for joining me today for this lively panel. If everyone can give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And I will also introduce the second panel we have, which is on the EU's giga opportunity, building trustworthy AI to scale, which will be moderated by my colleague, Jennifer Baker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you had an enjoyable and insightful conversation. We're going to change the speed a little bit now, focusing less on DMA and more on trustworthy AI in general and asking how can we scale that up. We're going to focus on the EU's Giga opportunity is what we're calling this panel. It's supported by the Centre for Future Generations, so thank you very much to them for coming up with the thoughts and supporting this particular discussion. Once again, we will be asking audience questions via Slido, so let's have another look, I think, at the QR code. Once again, you can all scan that, and I will try and get as many of those questions to our excellent panellists in the time that we have allowed. And indeed, those panellists are Ora Sala, MEP, member of the ITRE Committee in the European Parliament. Next to her, Raquel Jorge, who is Associate Research Fellow at the CEPS think tank and Director for European Affairs and the Brussels Office of A Digital. Professor Aaron Maniam is the Senior Fellow Advanced AI, Centre for Future Generations, and Fellow of Practice and Director of Digital Transformation Education, Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. That's quite a mouthful, but I think we got through it. So, one of the things we've talked about, about trustworthy AI is very central to the EU ethos. But we also saw last year things like the Draghi report, which centred competitiveness at the heart of what we want to do for the EU. And so we now have the latest European Commission concept, the AI Continent Action Plan. It's got initiatives within it, things like AI gigafactories, the Apply AI strategy, the Resource for AI Science in Europe, the Cloud and AI Development Act, as well as all these other add-on adjuncts. And it is really quite a jigsaw that's a little bit difficult to, if you like, navigate our way through and to work out how all of those things will actually work together in practice and whether they will deliver for both the businesses that want to use the tools, for the consumers that also want to use them in a safe way, and for Europe's economy as a whole, and for policymakers who want to be able to say we're doing the right thing at EU level as well. And with such a plethora of things, there are also inevitable pitfalls and confusions, and we don't want to create more confusion. We'd rather create less and more streamlined results. All that being said, I'm going to turn now to a sort of a quick opening round. Ora, tell us, what's your perspective? What are you looking at most closely from the European Parliament, particularly ITRE Committee?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here today. Maybe some of you already heard me say this, but 10 years ago, Putin said that who will win the race on AI will win the race on globe. And that's still the truth. What requires, if we want to develop AI, is data. Much more data that we have in the EU. Who is winning the race on data is the US and China. And we used to have this, and we still have common data ecosystem with the US. We negotiated for years this data transfers agreement with the US, now watered down by the Trump administration. We now have a partner that doesn't even show up in the NATO meetings here in Brussels today. We have a partner that allows even criminal actions, doesn't respect the rule of law, and is also obviously pointing companies to cut off their email access. I'm talking about the International Criminal Court stuff that was cut from their emails. So wake up, Europe. It's time to actually take action and take this data economy to our own hands. It doesn't happen with the actions that were just listed here. It happens with the action that we actually allow much more use of data. I'm talking about metadata, behavioral data, traffic data, not personal data. We have GDPR, which we will review in next year. But what I mean is that we cannot let companies to go and scale in the US and take their talent, take their business there to grow. We need to make this continent attractive for investors and companies to stay here, develop their technologies here. Because what happens now is that these American companies, they take data from us, they move it to the US, they develop their AI technologies there. Trust me, I know, I used to work for one for many years. So I'd say that now it's time for action, Europe. Let's deregulate, Let's stop using these ridiculous words on omnibus and simplification and so on. Let's deregulate. Let's make sure that our actually rules are clear. With the AI Act enforcement now, no one knows what will happen 1st of August, if anything, because we cannot get even this act together, that how we enforce the AI Act. Let's not do layered regulation. And let's also pause here. I hope that the Commission will not propose anything new on Digital Fairness Act or Digital Networks Act this year. I could go on, but I can see that there is also always already a pressure to stop. So thanks.
Thank you. Vakel, let's have your initial thoughts on the, if you like, the whole landscape that we're operating in, and we'll drill down into a bit more of those issues.
Yes, thank you as well for having me, and nice to have a discussion, I think, quite diverse in terms of the approaches, because when it comes down to regulation, I will say that deregulation reduces the legal certainty for companies, both from the European Union and also from other jurisdictions. So that's why I always opt for proposing a rather smarter regulation, so not including new digital regulatory files, but rather focus on what's already existing and try to make it smarter in terms of the implementation. Then in terms of artificial intelligence, I think that the topic of this panel is very convenient, because the last word of the panel is scale. And scalability is an opportunity now for the European Union, not only in the case of artificial intelligence, but also across different digital technologies. We have the case in some countries of proposals for national plans of scalability with concrete policy recommendations for AI. First, how to capitalize the role of institutional public investors when investing into artificial intelligence. We have the case of IPSAIs, the important projects for common European interest. Companies can apply for this type of IPSAIs when they can prove that they have a negative business case. Instead, when it comes down to companies benefiting from the European Investment Bank Group, you need to prove that you have a positive business case. So this reduces the likelihood for companies to benefit from different types of public investments across different agencies. And for example, in terms of scalability of artificial intelligence within companies, it will be radically important to make sure that the different financing mechanisms that do exist at the EU level and also the national level are coordinated and coherent, because otherwise companies will be only able to apply for certain amounts of financing. A second relevant element in terms of scalability of AI is the fact of supporting the role of venture capitalists within Europe that are already investing in the European Union's companies working on AI, or at least using AI for different high-impact sectors. And why do I say this? Because even when you speak with VCs from Europe, they face even regulatory limitations across the 27 regimes. And that's why from different associations and also think tanks, we are proposing the 28th regime also for the case of AI leverage in startups and scale-ups. And this is very much linked to last week's announcement of a European startup and scale-up strategy. And my third and last point will be related to the role of scalability of AI for a concrete sector, which is the sector of dual-use technologies and defense. Every time you see how, for example, the EIB group has activated a new line of financing for critical technologies, if we can call it that way, in terms of the criticality of technologies, for its application in dual-use sectors, it is highly important to make sure that this data that is already existing within Europe is protected. And this relates very much to this issue about economic security. If we want to make sure that AI scales in Europe, it's not only about a smarter regulation, it's not only about strategic investments, it's also about making sure that we do have these data sets and they are fully protected across the 27 jurisdictions within the European Union.
Thank you. You've gone through quite a lot there at high speed. Aaron, let me hear from you and your thoughts on where we're at, and then we'll go into some more depth.
Brilliant. Thanks so much. I wanted to build on something Aura said about the importance of data, right, in this whole process. And if you ask me, I think one of the most fundamental things that's also going to be important to complement the data issues is the amount of getting the right infrastructure and getting the right compute in place, because I think that's going to be a severe rate limiting factor for Europe if we don't get that right. If you think about it, right, 75% of compute is in the US at the moment, 15% in China. The rest is globally distributed across the rest of the world. Where I am in the UK, right, only about 1.5%. And I think once we think about this, there are opportunities, therefore, to get the right kinds of institutions in place to actually develop some European capacity for semiconductors as well, right? If you think about it, not only is compute a rate limiting factor, we've got big gaps in the kind of logic capacity semiconductors of the right dimensions, right? Up to 7 nanometers that we need to do good AI work. That's missing from what we're doing now. And I think if we have that in place, that gives Europe so much more of a fighting chance to be the kind of leader that is necessary in a world where AI is going to be so much more pervasive. The open question, I think, that we need to keep thinking about, at least for now, is what do we do on the energy and sustainability side? That's a major question. I don't want to pretend that all of this is kind of a bit of roses. But again, I think there are unresolved questions around the environmental sustainability, the water aspects as well. But we're also seeing some kind of causes for hope, right? There are the right decarbonization targets that have been set in place across Europe. We're seeing rising demand, rising and growing amounts of more levels of acceptability around what nuclear can do for us as well. So I think there are really interesting green shoots, really interesting sets of possibility out there that will help us think about compute and infrastructure in a much more systematic way. And that's why the raise aspect that you mentioned, in that kind of plethora in the jigsaw puzzle that you listed earlier, that's so important because that is what will set in place the right levels of infrastructure and state capacity to do this work well.
Thank you very much. Well, you've all very helpfully, from my perspective as a moderator, touched on different elements that I wanted to bring to it. I mean, of course, we've got a jigsaw, we've got compasses, we've got roadmaps. The AI Continent Action Plan has pillars. It's got 5 pillars, and one which you've just mentioned, Aaron, computing power and infrastructure. Data for AI, which Aura mentioned as well. Strategic AI and innovation and adoption, Raquel, which I think you were highlighting. The other 2 pillars are AI skills and talent. I think we won't labour that point in this. We all know what the situation is in Europe, and we all say that we need more talent and more investment, but we'll park that for another day. Also, regulatory simplification is another pillar that we have in this. And since Aura has appealed for us not to go down the road of talking about the omnibus, we're going to park that for the purposes of this panel as well. So, Aaron, I'm going to come back to you. So we'll start with the first one, the computing power, the infrastructure side of things, and taking into account the microchips. We wanted to have an Airbus for microchips. Now we want to have a CERN for AI. Focusing on that second element, tell us about the role of the gigafactories within that, and whether we can in some way ensure through a framework or through the functioning of the way that the CERN methodology and setup works, that we are focusing on real societal problems or that we're developing an European AI.
Yeah, that's absolutely critical because the core aspect of why something like a CERN-like entity is important is that it's bringing science back into this debate, right? It's bringing science back into policy, it's bringing science back where possible into politics as well, because if we don't have science there, then we don't keep up with the kind of dynamic technology that AI is actually representing for us. But ultimately, science has to serve human needs. And I can think of 3 really important ways that the CERN for AI structure helps us to do this in as meaningful a way as possible. The first is really about values. Is this a CERN for AI entity going to help us to distill and entrench European values and universal, global values? I think, Ursula von der Leyen actually outlined a lot of this for us at the AI Action Summit, right? She talked about the needing to, I wrote this down the other day, formulate a vision of where we want AI to take us as a society and as humanity. And the key here is how we get that aspect of the values to be deeply entrenched in what we do. So we bring science back into policy, we get the right amounts of infrastructure in place, because ultimately it is this cutting-edge research that allows us to actually entrench and reinforce the sorts of democratic ideals that are out there. The second aspect, though, because ultimately values are really important, but you don't eat values, right? What do you need to do with them? You need the right amount of jobs that come out of these issues of the structure as well. And the gigafactories, especially as part of the broader ecosystem that a CERN-like entity would steward, allows us to create a huge amount of high-quality jobs, not only in AI research and engineering directly, but in kind of broader areas like data governance, infrastructure management, and the kind of applied electronics and engineering that will be key to sustaining the overall ecosystem. So jobs matter as well. And then ultimately, it's also about European businesses and stakeholders. what are our SMEs doing here? What are the startups going to be able to do through a CERN-like entity? And again here, if you think about the amount of employment that is generated by these SMEs and startups as part of the innovation culture and ecosystem, there's a huge amount of positive externality that comes about when they are actually enabled. And the amount of European SMEs currently struggling to deal with AI because they aren't able to access the right levels of compute and infrastructure is actually quite high. Silicon Valley wasn't built overnight. Neither are we going to be able to build this overnight here in Europe as an ecosystem. But I think what we can do is have a CERN-like entity give us more access to trustworthy foundational models, access to shared infrastructure, and support for the training of the skills and talent that you mentioned, which will actually create the sort of ecosystem that, for me, are actually going to be critical to allow AI to become more pervasive.
Aura, let's stay with this question of values. And we'd hear an awful lot about the so-called Brussels effect and whether or not we can export those values. So, I mean, how does this EU vision for global leadership in AI actually influence the direction of the plans we're making now? And how will it influence possible scale-up, fingers crossed, in the future?
Yeah, I don't believe in Brussels effect at all. I completely disagree with Anu Bradford there. Even she has Finnish roots. But the thing is that no one is going to implement this kind of a jungle of regulation. Why? Because it doesn't help your competitiveness. And second thing was highlighted in President Niinistö's report on comprehensive security. It doesn't help your security in the EU. In the US, market is free. You take a risk, you fail, you start again, you build up a new company. And you can do it in the whole market, right? In China, in Russia, the situation is a bit different. They work for the state, but it works, right? China is a global leader now, what comes also to AI. I don't want an EU to become like that, but we should not be like trying to promote something that we have as a good thing if we don't have the strategic autonomy, we don't have competitiveness, and we don't have growth. So where did we actually get this right? I don't know. Yes, we have super trustworthy AI, but we just don't have that AI. I'm sure that our regulation is top-notch. Our companies cannot take any risk, but we don't actually have big companies who could take that risk. And if you become a big company, welcome to the Commission, to the DMA unit, where two units are fighting against each other. And you try to understand what they are actually talking about. So I'm sorry, guys. We are not getting this right. I'm not saying that there is no need for any regulation. Of course, there is all these beautiful speeches of better regulation, smart regulation. I just want to see it. But I think we get something right, of course. GDPR, quite okay. Now we will fine-tune that. No one wants to open it completely. But maybe we should stop accepting these third-party cookies at least and think it from the consumer's perspective. Think that from the scale-up's perspective, and think that from security's perspective. Because sometimes we do this in a wrong order. We ask reporting to save the climate. We ask all these accept to make our digital companies safe. But what actually happens is that we are paying to consultants, lawyers, and it doesn't make us any safer, and our environment is still in crisis. So we need to rethink this now. And I would say that one important word for me, and why I am in the European Parliament and not working for Mark Zuckerberg, is that I want to help European companies to become big. And yes, we need to let them take some risk. I have 2 toddlers at home, and yes, I would like to secure every step that they are taking, but I cannot do that as a parent. And I should not do that as a politician. I need to enable them to take risk and grow big. And that's something that Europe needs to now learn.
Well, let me ask a follow-up question straight away on how Europe compares competitively with the rest of the world, because we talked about that a little bit. I asked because Keegan McBride, who's going to be on the next panel, put a question in Slido, saying the current state of compute is as follows. He's got the figures to hand. United States is around 75%, China 15%, and the rest of the world altogether is 10%. But also mentioning UAE and Saudi Arabia are set to grow their share to around 10% by 2030, which is really just around the corner. How does Europe maintain its relevance in frontier AI given this situation? But I mean, where we're at today, it's not great in terms of computing power. I mean, that translates into raw economic power as well, doesn't it, Ora?
Yes, but it's not like the European Commission should subsidize all this and build like... I don't believe in subsidies at all. If someone tells me that, you know, we need to subsidize this, we need to build this with public money, if you need to build that with public money, then you did something wrong. Because if you have a good business idea, or if business needs a data center, it will build a data center. What public sector should do is, yes, enable the infrastructure around it, allow them to come to Finland, for example. And that's something that what we need. But what we need to change this mindset in Europe is that no, European Commission cannot build big tech companies or save AI, because then AI will never be built. So that's one thing that we need to change in our mindset, that money will follow, investments will follow if there is attractive market where they want to invest. I know it's a chicken and egg problem, and I know we need some subsidies, of course, at the beginning sometimes, and when it's a super high level, you know, security or defense related like infrastructure. For sure, I come from a Finnish army. I served there a year and a half. I know something about that infrastructure and what it needs and so on and so forth. But I also know, coming from a business side, that then public sector should enable private sector when we want to see growth also in that defense.
So, Raquel, this leads on really nicely. The question I had for you was around what strategies does the European Commission plan to implement to balance regulation and investment in AI development? And is there sufficient investment in general? How do we encourage companies to go to this scale-up stage? Because when we say we want a competitive Europe, that means we want a Europe full of competitive companies and successful companies.
Yeah, that's a very right question, and I will link your question to Aura's point, because indeed I think that this balance between regulation and investments needs indeed a balance. So not doing a zero-sum game, but rather finding a balance between both sides. In terms of investment, as I was saying before, it's highly important to differentiate between the benefits or the non-benefits of public funding, depending on the technology that we are developing. Because, for example, I will move from AI, sorry, Jennifer, but, for example, talking about quantum technologies. Quantum technologies have proved not to be successful if it only receives public funding, or if the majority of funding that helps develop these quantum technologies only come from the public sector, either at the EU level or the national level. Rather, it's the private funding, let's say, the pathway that is helping developers to develop and to do more research in quantum technologies, either in metrology, sensoring, communications, and computing. In the case of AI, there is another challenge, which is that the European Commission can develop different initiatives, such as the AI Content Action Plan, the Apply AI strategy, but it relies a lot on the willingness and the capabilities from each member state. We don't have a fully integrated single market, and I think that this reduces the likelihood of making successful both the public investments, regardless of our agreement or non-agreement on the public investment, and also makes harder for private funders, mostly venture capitalists in Europe, to finance projects across different member states because of these regulatory limitations across the 27 jurisdictions. So in terms of investments, we need to differentiate how we do invest the public or the private funding, depending on the technology, and the limitations that we do face based on each of these technologies. And in terms of regulations, I think it's a very long question, and I think that this will merit another debate, a whole panel. Yeah.
Aaron, do you want to react to anything you've heard there from the other speakers?
I do, actually. Partly because, I always feel like when I sit on panels like this, I keep thinking back to this wonderful phrase from F. Scott Fitzgerald. One of his short stories called The Crack Up, he writes that the test of a first-rate intelligence, and I've no doubt that the group here has completely first-rate intelligence. The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in the mind and continue to function. The emphasis, of course, being on continue to function, right? Not being broken by the opposing ideas. And I feel like we're hearing two different sets of ideas here, right? What is the role of the state here in playing some of the catalytic sort of work? And do we believe ultimately that without that sort of catalytic role, that there will still be investment that follows the money, as Aura pointed out? Because I agree that you want to leave as much as possible to market incentives. But the thing that I found, both in terms of the work I do now at Oxford, previously as a Singaporean civil servant, I found that when you rely purely on market mechanisms, a few things don't end up happening. One is investment might happen, but it might not happen at the right scale that you need it to happen on. It might not happen with the right long-term perspectives that you need, and some of those you just referred to, right, Raquel? Secondly, you might have catalytic investments of infrastructure happening, but they don't then get maintained after that, because there's often not a private sector incentive to keep maintaining infrastructure, especially with technology that is evolving as quickly as artificial intelligence is. The third is you don't see that enough dynamism when you don't have some level of state involvement that says we need the ecosystem to be built, we need the cross-dependencies across the different parts of the ecosystem to actually also be maintained. And sometimes you end up not achieving non-economic priorities as well, right? Global coordination, inequality addressing, dealing with environmental issues. And when you want to try and bring all of this together, at some point you do need, I think, some level of state capacity to do that work well. That's why something like the RAISE entity, right, or whether you call it a CERN-like entity, is important, because not because you want to crowd out all the work that the private sector can do, but because actually when you have that in place, you crowd in the private sector, you crowd in intellectual development from universities, you crowd in research that allows for the ecosystem to actually be built. I keep going back to the fact that what we're seeing in the US now, right? I know Musk has now started to question his loyalties. Shock and horror, right? Who would have thought that would ever happen? But what's really interesting is, what did DOGE stand for, right? Department of Government Effectiveness, Government Efficiency. But what we saw happening in the US was not about efficiency and effectiveness. It was about government elimination. And a world where government and state capacity is eliminated is a very dangerous world indeed, because the externalities and cross-dependencies that I just talked about will not actually be there. I think the vision that we have in things like RAISE and a CERN-like entity is not to replace the private sector, but to allow the state to exercise the right capacity that it has for the world and to create the sorts of ecosystem benefits that are actually necessary. And once we have that in place, then the private sector gets more enabled, which is, I think, along the lines of what Raquel just pointed out.
Well, I mean, far be it for me to say, but I feel like DOGE might have been an acronym in search of a title rather than the other way around.
Absolutely, absolutely. I prefer to call it doggy, to be honest. I think that's a better way to frame it than DOGE, but yeah.
Doggerel, indeed. Let me come back to you, Raquel. We'll talk a bit about then, taking into account, if you like, the geopolitical context. Is the need for sovereignty and then data localization something that we're thinking about in the right way here in Europe? I mean, is that in tension with data center capacity here in Europe? I mean, if can we keep everything within the bounds of Europe, and is that what we want? And where do the benefits of international collaboration, if you like, outweigh concerns about digital sovereignty?
Yes, I think that the current context in the US Trump administration is a good time for the European Union to reflect on what the EU and also its member states, because let's not forget that some decisions still rely quite largely on member states and in the Council of the European Union, and not at all at the European Commission's level. So the US Trump administration is a good, let's say, context for the EU to reflect on what it wants to do. In June 2023, the European Commission released its strategy for economic security, and it was not made on, it was not deliberate, it was made on purpose. Because if you remember, in 2023, we had the case of ASML, the Dutch company, that decided to follow the same framework of export control regimes to the export of semiconductor products to China. And it followed the same framework as the US under the Biden administration and Japan. So the European Commission decided to follow up on a new strategy for economic security. I will say that now the debate is not that much on sovereignty. It's much more on how you can make sure that the continent can be autonomous while ensuring economic security. It's not about being protective, because that will be a failure for our continent in general, but rather it's something about how we need to make sure that those elements we rely on third countries and that can represent a risk can be developed much more within the European Union. It's not about an exclusion, it's about finding some complementarities. So in the case of data centers, this is very interesting because there are some international companies such as US and Chinese companies, but also other companies from third countries, not only China and the US, that have decided to comply with the EU regulation to install here their own data centers. They are first of all complying with the EU regulation, and this has not limited them to install their own data centers on European soil. This is an argument of why regulation, at least in my perspective, is needed, but in a smarter way, which can sometimes sound such as a buzzword, but actually it has some practical effects. We have international companies that, in order to get their own data centers settled down on European soil, they have needed to comply with regulation, and they have eventually ended up installing these data centers in our territory. So this is a signal that indeed regulation needs to be adaptive, but it doesn't exclude other companies, other jurisdictions, if they truly want to get settled down here.
You know, Raquel, you reminded me of something. If you think about where all this has its roots, right, it's in the cybernetic world, right? And the word cyber, we go back to its Greek roots, means to steer and to steward, right, to guide. So we need to use a lot of this technology because it has guiding effects on us, but we need to guide it as well, which is why I think the kinds of standards that are set in place, the rules and regulations, the norms, actually are quite critical parts of an overall ecosystem. Otherwise, we kind of run away from the very nature of the technology itself.
Aura, the same sort of question to you regarding data sovereignty or data localization, and they're not quite the same thing, and you might be able to have data sovereignty without necessarily enforcing localization. And I'm going to bring in a comment or question from Nathan Shapura, who says, regarding this computing power scalability for the EU's AI competitiveness, given that the US and China are the world's only superpowers, how can the EU insist on more data sovereignty with Washington without ultimately advantaging China in the race for AI dominance? So, I mean, there's a little bit of, sort of geopolitical thinking to be done there.
Absolutely, that's a great question. You know that we negotiated years to have this data transfers agreement between the US and the EU. In the end, Biden needed to come to the EU, and they made the agreement with von der Leyen. And we agreed that we will have a redress mechanism in Washington so we can track back our data. You remember Schrems 1 and Schrems 2 cases in court. And then, okay, we have this agreement that actually Trump administration now watered down, right? So do we still have a valid agreement? I don't think so. And this is something that will definitely come back to the table now. And also because that country doesn't even respect anymore the rule of law. So that's a huge question about data sovereignty for the EU. Do we really want to transfer our data to the US? Do we really want to give these American companies our data for free? You saw what happened with Microsoft now. They froze the email account in the EU. I'm talking about the international criminal courts. Stuff. So that's a huge deal. That's a huge deal, and we don't make enough noise on that. The thing is that this case proves us that they can do that. And this should be a moment for the EU to realize that we cannot have these American companies to come here, collect this data, and develop their technology in the US. We need to make sure that there is at least a price on European data. When it's not personal data, I'm talking about behavioral data. And at the same time, when we negotiated about this data transfers agreement with the US for years, China is taking our data for free. And even my respected colleagues say that, oh, but I'm using TikTok in another phone, not on my own phone. Yeah, but what's the difference? They are collecting your behavioral data. So when you open the app, immediately they start collecting your behavioral data. And that's gold or platinum for this country. Because TikTok is a Chinese company, they need to give this data to the state. authoritarian regime communist party that is actually developing these technologies for their own propaganda use. Hello, Europe. We are giving this data for free. Our children are using these apps, so we need to now really wake up with this data sovereignty and build our own data ecosystem here. Yes, I'm fully aware that it doesn't happen in years, in a couple of years. It will take time because we don't have this economy here, and we are completely reliant on American companies. We all use, most of us at least, Microsoft. The EU institutions use Microsoft. And we will need these partnerships for sure. But if we don't wake up and start developing our own or scale up our own tech companies, we will never get there. And this is a momentum to do that.
Absolutely. Mikael, jump in. I don't know if you're going to talk about zombie safe harbors or shields or umbrellas or any other data flows at any cost agreements, but please try and build on what Aura's saying.
Yes. I agree with the idea of boosting or at least providing the framework conditions for European tech companies to grow. But for me, the main challenge is the fact that, as I said before, there is a not fully integrated single market. We have strong fiscal realities, very important different sensitivities across the 27 member states, and we can see it in the Council of the European Union, where we face monthly some blockades of some decisions that want to further the integration of the European single market, also in the digital policy sphere. So I think that every time we are discussing about this growth or uptake of some digital technologies to help companies grow here, either large companies or SMEs that can contribute as well to the development of a good ecosystem among countries, the first step is to make sure that member states are willing, available, and capable to do so together, because otherwise the ultimate scenario can be that of having different speeds within the European Union, with countries from the east, from the west, from the north, and from the south, with completely different realities. And this can create a further disintegration of the European Union. And this relates very much to the decision that was made by the US Department of Commerce on the 13th of January of this year, still under the Biden administration, still under the Biden era, on the AI diffusion rule. If you remember well, this AI diffusion rule was about making sure that every time a US company wants to export an AI system into a third country, this company needs to require a prior authorization from the US administration. And actually, this AI diffusion rule had a divide and conquer perspective for the European Union, because it didn't treat the European Union as a whole, as an entire bloc. It divided the European Union into 27 different realities. We had the case of Spain. US companies wanted to export AI systems into Spain wouldn't require any authorization to export AI systems into the Spanish territory, but rather for Poland and for Portugal, US companies needed to have a sort of assessment. And then there were 4 categories. This divide and conquer approach from the US administration at that time has now been revoked, but that doesn't mean that this rule will be revamped in another way. So let's be very careful when we say that we want to make sure that the European Union works well, because the first step is to make sure that the integration of the single market is fully done.
I could just build on that quickly. I think it's really important to remember that this is not just a discussion about the US and China, because ultimately there is a much stronger net of players that we can connect with. If you look at the cover of the most recent issue of Foreign Affairs, right? There's one of the articles by Bob Cohen and the late Joe Nye says the end of a long American century, which we all, I think, would agree that it is happening now. Another piece by the dean of the school that I teach in, Nairi Woods, is called Order Without America. And both of these pieces make the argument that ultimately the answer here needs to be in stronger emphasis on multilateral systems by all players that are involved. And so absolutely, the EU needs to sort out its internal affairs. And from there, that base of 27 countries can allow you to reach out across other entities as well, right? So reaching out to Canada, for example, which is looking very strongly for partners, given that they have to deal with the proximity of an increasingly hostile former friend at the moment. There are connections we can make to other parts of the world, like ASEAN, which is also 500 million people and counting, right? So there's interesting connections that we can draw there. And if we make that concrete, right? What is it that the EU can do to make those broader connections? How do we make that concrete? Something like a CERN-like entity could actually be a core anchor from which the EU high-performance computing initiative could broaden. We could find ways to connect not just to entities like Norway or the UK, which has most recently signed on, but we could find ways for the science there to actually find ways to connect to other entities in different parts of the world and in different regions. And then the question you raised about what's going on in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, suddenly those can become potential ad hoc partnerships because there is a commonality of interest on things like high-performance computing or what's going on in the world of AI, even if we don't agree with countries on every single set of policy issues out there. And then you find yourself enmeshed in a net of international connections that is actually much more resilient than a single hegemonic relationship.
Well, I'm glad you caught yourself and mentioned the UK, because I was going to say, no, we need to form links to the UK as well. Not that it's taken for granted anymore. I see a couple of comments coming in, people particularly focused on the US situation. Igor Mate has described the strategically aggressive, mass-scale, rapid data scraping and monetization of the US tech actors is happening at such a scale that it outpaces even historical colonialism. Quite a few points on that. Klaus Pompier is saying, does the EU really have any common understanding about how to tackle things like the J.D. Vance freedom of speech attack at Munich, and what does this mean for rejecting the demand from the US to just skip EU regulations or bypass EU regulations? So there's definitely a lot of concern, I think probably due to the new Trump presidency, very much focused on the US, and also presumably traditionally because we've had those, it does seem like transatlantic data flows at any cost, they must be delivered, which is less evident when we look at other parts of the world. But we'll park that for now. Tony Shorthall, I see, is asking a kind of broader question about private firms moving to the US when they reach a certain size. Is that because they can't raise capital, or is it because it's easier to raise capital in the US and the challenges in digital go beyond just digital? Do we need, public funds in the short term, or you sort of tackled, but is there a bigger, if you like, more systemic issue around creating hubs or creating a Silicon Valley here in Europe?
Yes, of course there is. And this initiative about 28 regime, it would be great if it would actually happen. But I'm just afraid when we talk about labor law, when we talk about taxation, member states are just not ready to move. And if you don't touch bases on taxation or labor law, what do you have left? I remember I tried to hire, I had 12 different nationalities in a private company in Belgium, and when I tried to hire people from around the EU, how difficult that is because of the labor law and taxation. And no, you cannot work in your home country. You need to come to Belgium. If you are there more than 3 months, you are screwed. And it's super difficult. And we can give these beautiful speeches yet again about the 28 regime and EU Inc. top-notch petition. I'm great that guys are doing this, but I'm sorry that it's so gloomy, but the thing is that if member states are not willing to move, when it is not in the EU's competence, it's a national competence, I don't really see that happening. The same thing with the Capital Markets Union. If I hear one more beautiful speech about the Capital Markets Union, but the Prime Minister of Finland is not ready to move, or Prime Minister of France or Germany on insolvency law, taxation, opening their pension funds financing, what do we have left? And yet again, those 3 things are in the competence of the member states. So if you see that happening in the Council, that 27 member states will agree to move on this top-notch, then we will make it happen. But let's be honest about these things. And then also, if you want to see this happening, vote for people who make this happen. But people in the EU are not voting for people who want to make this happen or will make this happen. What does it tell us? Don't we really want it? Or does people really understand what it would actually require? Yes, you need to give something for the EU, and maybe at some point we need to open the Lisbon Treaty. And also, don't expect too much about the defense cooperation. It's not in the competence yet again of the EU. EU will support NATO, but EU will never become an army or a strong military force if we don't open the Lisbon Treaty. And also I think that will remain in the hands of European NATO, because I don't believe in future of NATO with the US. So there has been a huge wake-up call, thanks to Putin, thanks to Putin, that we are seeing this happening now in the EU, that Germany is actually saying that we will have the strongest army in Europe. So huge things are happening, and we can do that. But these bold moves actually need bold actions from politicians, and at least I will try to do my utmost best.
Well, a brave call to open the Lisbon Treaty. We will create an army of lawyers, if nothing else, if we do that. But
that will defeat all of us.
we'll be very competitive in terms of lawyers. Raquel, you were going to jump in to add something to what you're hearing, or you want to explore something else? Because I see Eduardo Balakian, who is a Code for Europe project lead, is asking how can we better engage schools, teachers, parents, young people in digital upskilling in order to create the development of a stronger, more independent digital ecosystem. And fundamentally, Aaron and Raquel, do you think this is something we need? I know it's not an EU competency, as you said, Aura.
I do think skills are a fundamental part of this whole discussion. I've often said, actually, that a good AI strategy will have strong structures and systems, standards, skills, and also spirit, right? And education touches on both the third and fourth of those aspects. On the skills part, though, a key component of it is definitely what happens in K-12 and broad workforce training, but it's also about who are the next generation of researchers out there, right? Who are the next generation of scientists who are going to come up with the really interesting discoveries and win potential Nobel Prizes in applications of AI or other science to chemistry and physics, maybe even astronomy, who knows? But we need to bring more of that in. But we also then need skills in the public sector, right? The education system needs to ensure that people with the right skills are making policy. People with the right leadership skills, the right technical capacities, the procurement people out there need to have the right skills as well. Otherwise, we can't buy anything and we get mired in the kind of rules that Aura's talking about. So I do think the skills issue is quite fundamental, but it's important partly because it's also linked to this other issue of spirit that I mentioned. What is the culture out there? And is it a culture that is willing to embrace the potential of technology, even if it brings risks? Is it a culture that votes in the right people with attitudes towards risk that helps us to enable, right, new technological developments? And that is manifested in other indicators, not just in schools, right? It's manifested in things like our IP laws. It's manifested in the number of SMEs and startups we have and people who are taking risks out there. It's manifested in the culture of experimentation and approaches to failure that might exist. It's also manifested in how much there is a 3P partnership between the people, the public, and the private sector, because ultimately you're spreading the risks out in those instances, not just having companies concentrate them. And if we get those things right, then actually the broader kind of culture, awarenesses, the dispositions that can be developed in schools start to seep out into the rest of the ecosystem. But in order to do that, you do need a rallying point. And those rallying points can be something like, Kennedy's call in the US at the time to get people to the moon. It can be a call to think about broader visions of what our societies can look like. And I think it must involve a call to bring science back into policy making as well, because without that, that sense of adventure will no longer be there.
Aura, let me stay with this thought regarding, if you like, research, because there's a direct question for you from Alex Petropoulos, saying that you say you don't want subsidies, but then how do we get public research in AI? Do you see that must be something we should be looking at? And doesn't this necessitate some sovereign or state computing power and therefore investment?
Yes, I think Horizon is something that is embraced by everyone. And that's something that von der Leyen also said, that in the next EU budget, we are still focusing heavily on innovation and science research. That's right. That's right. That's what we should do. And I think Horizon program has also shown us that this kind of a excellence-based idea of using EU funds works. But I think that the basic research is also something that should be done mainly at the national level. I know that there are people who disagree with me there, but I come from a country where our primary schools are one of the best in the world still, and we have good universities, even though we are a small country. So you can do that if that's a priority for your country. And one thing that I would like to highlight also is that I have visited all EU member states, and I'm really interested about their education system because it's basis on everything what we have been talking about here today. The average age of teachers are surprisingly high in many of our member states. I don't have anything against elderly teachers, but the thing is that if you are talking about digital literacy, for example, it might be different like an set when you teach that. And also, if I would bring a teacher home as a boyfriend in Finland, my parents would like clap their hands and welcome him open-armed, because we call teachers as a candles of society in Finland, and we highly respect that profession. But I don't think that's the case in many member states. But that just tells the story how important even primary schools are in Finland. And we only start school when we are 7, because we believe that you should play until you are 7 years old. So we have very different mindsets in many member states in the EU, and as said, it's not in the competencies of the EU, but what we can do with Horizon, Erasmus+, we can share best practices. Commission can definitely make a push on skills and maybe learn from each other as well.
And what would your parents say if you brought a coder home?
Yeah, I don't think that they would embrace that. And maybe just one final mark here. One thing that is not highlighted enough in Brussels is lifelong learning. Because we need to keep people, it's part of the resilience discussion as well, that part of the comprehensive security aspect also, that we need to keep everyone on board, and lifelong learning is an important part of that.
Okay, you were going to jump in there.
Yeah, sure. So as for the public funding for basic research, I think this proves how much the European Union is pushing for cross-border public research among different RTOs in the European Union. And actually, this is one of the values of the European Union. Maybe you are not able yet, due to different limitations, to commercialize all the research and development that a company or a RTO can do at an earlier stage, but the public funding proves to be very useful for this basic research, also to be done on an independent basis. And as for high school and teachers, I'm also very surrounded by family relatives working in primary school and high school, and I fully agree with Aura in this sense, because it's true that every member state has a very different focus on how to plug digital literacy or programming or computing into primary school. 3 years ago, I did a project with the Joint Research Center on how national AI strategies were identifying AI as a driver for high-impact sectors. And one of the high-impact sectors identified by the European Commission's coordinated plan from 2018, which was reviewed in 2021, was education. And when you look at the concrete examples that policy officers from every single national public administration sent you to review all the information, you realize that in some countries, such as Finland, they focus the line of work on digitalization from the primary school to university and also lifelong learning. But then you go to countries such as Cyprus, Malta, and countries such as Lithuania, and it's only at the university level, at the postgraduate level. And then, for example, you have cases of AI teaching in primary school, which are much more focused on awareness about the positive and negative impact of AI, but not on programming as such. So in this sense, it's true that there are strong differences, and indeed, it's not an EU competence. It relies a lot on the national level, but to some extent, there should be a joint exercise to be done.
I mean, in some cases, you see, all AI teaching is around media literacy and a little bit making people scared of it rather than embracing it with caution. Aaron, you were going to say something.
I wanted to tell a story, actually. So I'm hosting a documentary on AI that will air on Channel News Asia next January. And as part of the research, we went and visited a kindergarten in Singapore, right? And what was really exciting was, you can talk about AI in such a rarefied way, focusing on things like policy, subsidies, grants, fines, regulations. But I think sometimes, and that's important, as we've been doing, right, in this panel, but what's also important is to remember the ultimate human impact that can exist. And the thing that struck me most in one of the days of filming that we did was we went to this kindergarten, and these kids, right, they're like 5 years old, and they were so excited, first of all, to have a new human being who was not just their teacher, right, in the class, who sat on the floor with them and played games. But then when we got to a session where they got to show me what they were learning from a particular piece of educational AI, and they just call it Ed AI, right, simple sort of name. But they came along and they said, come and see this, right? it can tell you about stars, it can tell you about what's going on the moon. And they would then just ask lots of questions to the AI and have it kind of tell answers back to them. And what was striking about that was the kind of wonder on their faces, right, as this all happened. And I think we need to remember that ultimately, if we're talking about AI, it's about exciting the imagination of a next generation. It's about knowing the caution, absolutely, right, and making sure that the risks are well managed, but ultimately also saying that there is something really exciting out there, and this is a new frontier for all of us. I want to see more kids like that. And I'm hoping that we can go to Finland and learn actually a bit about what we do, what you are doing there, because Singapore looks to Finland as a country that keeps us on our toes in terms of how our education system can evolve.
Well, I'm looking at questions because I'm conscious that we have very little time left and we won't get to all of them. So I'll just, at least acknowledge a few. Manon is saying that in the context of the economic security strategy, the EU has identified 10 critical technologies for which risk assessments are underway. When will the results be released? I don't know, and I don't think anyone on this panel does, so we can't answer that question, but thank you for asking it. Pascaline Gabory has talked about the regulatory environment for AI startups and wants to talk about the massive tax and regulatory burdens that are placed on entrepreneurs and SMEs. I think we've touched on that a bit, but obviously SMEs are a special case, and we do know in Europe that they form the backbone of a lot of our economic viability. And then, Aaron, there's a few questions to you coming back full circle to what we spoke about at the beginning regarding energy efficiency and resource efficiency and sustainability aspects. So we'll take one question. Mariano Gillian from Leider says, if we agree on the potential of AI to drive efficiency and decarbonise other sectors, why are we fixated with the energy and sustainability aspects to build it? Is it enough with the current sustainability framework? Why don't we focus on speed and scale now? That's quite a nice question in terms of if it can solve the problem eventually, surely we, a little bit of short-term pain for long-term gain.
Well, I think the challenge is we don't know whether it will solve the problem in the long term, right? And so we have to take a kind of risk-managed approach here. And it is true, right? Energy prices in the EU are higher than in most other industrialized economies. That's a fundamental reality that we're dealing with. But like I said, what I think is important is to not make this a kind of simple, linear, or binary equation. It's not just about energy in its current state. It's also about what energy can become, not just with AI, but what happens when we use, more safe, more efficient, more secure and stable variants of nuclear. And we're seeing more and more, I think, examples of countries like Spain and Germany that are becoming more and more amenable, right, to some of these experiments. So I think there are definite possibilities there that we need to work with. The key is to not, I guess, reduce it, like I said, to kind of simplistic binary equations, and to remember that ultimately we need composite solutions precisely because we're dealing with a challenge that will involve both environmental and sustainability aspects, but also potentially very large economic and social gains as well.
Well, our title was Building Trustworthy AI to Scale, and we've talked a lot about the barriers and the various difficulties we have in doing that, as well as that some of that's within our own control, some of that is outside of our control. But I'd like from each of you, if you like, a slightly more positive takeaway as we wrap up this panel. Aura, can we do this to scale? Have we got the right ingredients, and do we just need the secret sauce? What's your, if you like, positive thing or actionable thing that we could look forward to?
We definitely can. But what we need now in Europe is hungerness, We are a little bit too laid back, I think, with our lifestyle also. So we need to get that hunger back. And also, I think in Europe, Putin made Finland join NATO and Sweden join NATO. We never thought that would happen, and it happened. Right now, as I said, we are scaling our defense industry, and we didn't think that will happen. I think we need this push now. And I think Microsoft case is one of those pushes, and we will see that more coming from the US, that we need to build this data ecosystem because of competitiveness, growth, and that comprehensive security. And there I'm challenging also you that we need to make noise here, because we have the talent, we have the engineering work, we actually even have the capital. Yes, it's in the pension funds, so we need to get it out from there. It's in real estate, so let's invest more to the stocks and not only to the buildings, I would say. But there are things that we can do, but I think Europe needs this wake-up call, and I think the wake-up call is right now here. And let's enable our companies to take more risk and grow.
Raquel, a takeaway from you on a sort of positive note?
Yes, I will highlight the need to have both mechanisms for the scalability of AI, both public investments throughout the life cycle of any sort of development of digital technologies, including AI, as well as to help private capital to flow more freely throughout the European Union's territory across the different 27 jurisdictions that are already existing in terms of labor, insolvency, and along, etc. And for this, very important to identify venture capitalists that are already existing in Europe, that are from the European Union, and that are keen to invest in European companies by ensuring at the same time that there is cooperation with third country companies that are already providing relevant services that cannot be substituted.
Thank you. Aaron, final word.
I find myself brought back to high school physics class, where you learn that speed is distance over time, velocity is distance over time in a specific direction, and acceleration is distance over time and how that changes, right? And I really feel like I am actually quite hopeful that I think we don't want just speed. We need more than just speed. We need velocity and a movement in a certain direction. And while those movements have sometimes happened in fits and starts, and while those movements may also have been impeded by recent global developments, I think there are actually opportunities to create new velocities out there. We do that by having the right systems and structures in place, having the right infrastructure, both in terms of compute and research. It also comes from having the right global partnerships. And it comes fundamentally from having the right human mindsets, right? Beginning in our schools, but beginning in our homes with what we do with our children as well. And if we get that right, I think there is a strong sense of possibility.
There are some spaces in Brussels where I think you'd lose the room by citing physics, but I hope not this room.
Not this room.
No.
Yeah.
We are going to take a short break now, very short break, 15 minutes to get some coffee, and we'll be back in here. I'll be doing the next panel as well at 5 o'clock. We didn't touch on it much, but we'll be talking about resilience in the digital age and cybersecurity in particular, as well as countering disinformation. So please give a round of applause to our speakers. are good to resume. Thank you very much for taking that quick coffee. I hope everyone's caffeinated and ready for our next panel discussion, as well as everyone joining online as well. We're going to talk about resilience in the digital age. We'll talk a little bit about cybersecurity and probably a little bit more in depth about countering disinformation and looking at disinformation as a security risk as well. Once again, we will use the Slido tool, so you can have a look at the QR code there, and please, by all means, do scan that and put your questions through. We don't have a long time for this panel, and I have 4 great speakers, so I'll introduce you to them straight away. As you can see there on the screen behind me, we have joining us from the European Parliament, Helmut Brandstetter, who is obviously in the EUDS committee. Paolo Cesarini is chair of the executive board of the European Digital Media Observatory, EDMO. Keegan McBride is senior policy advisor, emerging technology and geopolitics at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And Ryan Tamara is outreach and policy officer from Lie Detectors. Gentlemen, please grab a seat and we will get stuck into our thorny topic today. Helmut, since you're there first, I'm going to start with you, just asking you to set the scene a little bit for us in terms of what you think is the current disinformation and cybersecurity threat landscape that we have in Europe.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Hello, everybody. I'm a member of the EUDS, so that's the new committee of the European Parliament for Democracy Shield. And we have a lot of hearings, as Paolo knows. He was one of our guests. And yesterday we had a guest, and she said, there are no moderate voices anymore in social media. And then she said, it was also very interesting, FIMI, foreign information manipulation, that's a big business. So I think there are 2 very important points which she mentioned, and I want to start with that. But what do we need in democracy? In democracy, we need resilience against foreign information. And of course, we need moderate voices because we have to come together and at the end find solutions. So our democracy is endangered. And I think many people haven't understood that yet. As I said, the good news is that the European Union has understood it. It's not only that we have this commission, we have already also cooperation with the European Commission. And at the end of the year, there will be a report, and then we really start working for resilience and for free internet, and at the same time, resilience against the disinformation from other countries, especially Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Paolo, same question or same broad opening request to you to please outline the current disinformation ecosystem as you see it from your perspective and whether or not it represents a cybersecurity risk.
Yeah, thank you. I would add on what you have just said by saying that preparedness probably is one of the lessons that we have learned during this election year, or rather I would say election years, because there has been a long set of important electoral processes, starting with European elections, of course, last year, but going on with Romania, Moldova, Georgia, Germany, and more recently Portugal and Poland, of course. The preparedness is a key there. In the European election, I think that we learn a good, important lesson to mobilize both governmental authorities, EU-level authorities, and civil society is key. As EDMO, we engaged quite robustly in coordinated fact-checking and providing timely debunks during the whole electoral campaigns in the run-up to the European elections, and together with other mechanisms like the rapid response systems under the Code of Practice on Disinformation that enables kind of alerting the platforms to take actions before certain misinformation was going to gain traction online. This type of measures actually prevented the worst. I mean, there was no big accident. If the Kremlin strategy was to suppress turnout and to undermine the legitimacy of the vote for the European elections, that strategy failed. However, and I conclude on this point, this success in reality hides something else. The real war, it's a more subtle war, and is a war on public consciousness and perceptions that harness emotional topics like immigration, climate change, Ukraine, economic hardships that are deeply rooted in national discourse. And that is where we need to pay attention, for which I think journalists have to play the full role in order to keep a constant light lit up on the phenomenon all the year long, not only during elections.
And likewise, there's the chilling effect as well, where even true facts are mistrusted. Keegan, I know you come at this with a little bit more of a geopolitical perspective, but set us out what you find most interesting on this topic.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's clearly changed is the role that artificial intelligence has had on this conversation. There was a lot of belief at one point that AI was going to sort of basically lead to the ruin of our democracies. It was going to influence elections. And if you actually look at the sort of last super election year, as some of my colleagues and I did when I was formerly working at the University of Oxford, it didn't actually have an impact on the outcome of a single election. Yes, there was sort of used by Iran, China, Russia to try to influence elections. But if you actually look at the impact of it, there wasn't a statistically significant impact in any single election in the last super election year. We have an article in MIT Technology Review if you're curious a bit more on that. I think the other thing to say is that clearly there's ongoing confrontation between the United States and Europe on this issue. But it's a little bit weird because on the one hand, you do have Vice President Vance. You have recently a Substack from the State Department that basically says the DSA is being used to illegally censor European voices. Whether or not you agree with that is one thing, but it is a clear signal coming from the current administration. On the other hand, there is actually a lot of alignment between the current administration and Europe on issues of antitrust. The Trump administration does not feel that Meta treated them fairly, that Google treated them fairly, and if you look at who's been brought into the Department of Justice, they're actually quite close with the former head of the FTC, Lena Khan. You have Gail Slater now at the Department of Justice, who was brought in there to wage sort of campaign against the big tech campaigns. And so there's this weird dynamic, and then there's all this stuff going on internally as well, where there is this growing confrontation between Europe and the US, and obviously the role that US platforms play within this. But there's also opportunities for collaboration. There's huge agreement on things related to sort of violent extremism, on child pornography, on age verification increasingly. So it'll be just really interesting to see how these dynamics continue to play out.
Thank you. Ryan, then, give us your sort of view on where we're at, taking into account what the colleagues have already said.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. So I'm Ryan. I work for Lie Detectors, which is an organization that does media literacy. We train children from 10 to 15 years old. We put a journalist in front of them, and we explain how journalism works, how ethical journalism works. We talk about how disinformation can be tackled with empowering tools, and we give them ways to be able to tackle with their own ways, with their own fingers, let's say, disinformation. And we do that in Belgium to Poland, and we do it in Germany, Switzerland, all around Europe. And we also work a lot with EDMO, and we are part of EDMO network. As we have seen is that there are more and more interest from the children, from the teachers, to have tools to be able to tackle disinformation, to tackle polarization, and to open dialogue about what is happening in the digital environment, because they don't have the same reality. Children and teachers don't have the same tools, the same social media, and so we have to open a dialogue, and that's what we do with media literacy. And we have seen more and more interest, and at the same time we have seen less and less funding opportunities, sustainable funding opportunities. That's a big question that I would like to raise during this panel, which is how to be able to talk about all of this without any sustainable funding going there. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think there's a plethora of different things there we can jump into, and I'm mindful that we've already had a DMA panel here today. But let me come back to you, Keegan, and a little bit interrogate this point you made about the common alliance, if you like, on antitrust issues between the EU and the US. I mean, if this is simply politicians wanting tech to be enthralled to them, that's not very democratic, whether or not the EU or the US are aligned on this. I mean, but at the same time, I think here in Europe we have also, if you like, healthy or unhealthy distrust of the tech companies in and of themselves, unchained to political power. So where do you see the differences there in terms of, if you like, trust and in terms of defense of democracy? Because while you might not want the Zuckerbergs and the Musks to be the bastions of democracy, likewise, you don't want a completely beholden tech community.
I think, thank you for this question. It's a really interesting point, because I do think there's often this sort of antagonistic, super negative view of big technology companies. And we can certainly agree that there are things that could be done better. But if you actually look at what some of these companies are doing to defend democracy, there's a lot going on. Microsoft, for example, in the war in Ukraine, it basically was on the digital front line, defending Ukrainian government institutions from cyber attacks. Then there's the whole disinformation or information campaign dimension, where Meta, TikTok, and these companies actually are being a little bit proactive when they identify state-sponsored activity. You know, these companies are reaching out to journalists saying, hey, you're being targeted by an APT. We're going to give you extra security. By the way, this is what you should be looking out for. They are defending, you know, working sort of without government intervention, and sometimes to provide information on elections for countries where it might not be as easily accessible. So there is actually quite a lot of good going on that sometimes goes underneath the radar.
Helmut, you wanted to add something there.
I want to follow up, because yesterday in this Democracy Shield committee, we had a video conversation for 1.5 hours with a few members of the Verkhovna Rada, so of the Ukrainian parliament, and just 2 quotes of what people from the Ukrainian parliament said. One was, I wrote it down in German, but I will translate, why do you accept that Russia does so much propaganda in the EU? They don't understand that. Why do you accept it? You know, for us in Ukraine, it's difficult because everybody or many people speak Russian. Why do you accept? That was the first thing. The other thing was, you should understand finally, Russia and the US want to destroy the European Union. The European society still haven't understood that. And I think that's a very interesting point. We need somebody from outside to see what's happening in Europe right now. And one thing is for sure, you know, my generation, America is freedom. Free American media. I was a journalist most of my life. Many of my teachers have learned journalism in the United States. I could tell you a lot of stories about what the US, as far as freedom, as far as free media, as far as journalism, meant for us. But that is over. They don't think about journalism anymore. They think about business. And as this woman said, FEMI, hate is business, and that's why we do it. Elon Musk doesn't think about us. He doesn't think about the consumer. I think every farmer thinks about the consumer when he produces milk, and he wants to give you good milk. He doesn't care. He wants to make money with anything, and if it's with hate as well. And that's something which is not understood here. And then on the other side, you know, that's the fight from outside. Then on the other side, we have our enemies from the inside, especially the right-wing parties, the extremists. What do they say? They say, oh, everything is censorship. No, it's censorship that the algorithm sent all of us that what they want, not what we want. The way they program the algorithm already is censorship, and that what the right-wing parties like, because it's good for Russia, so it's good for them.
Okay, Paolo, you're going to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, this debate is absolutely fascinating. The fact that there is this new rhetoric where countering disinformation has become a fight against freedom of speech, it is ludicrous. One has to understand that disinformation is not only about unveiling lies. Democracy dies in lies. Okay, that is clear, but there is something more in that, I think. The fact that disinformation is a combination of lies and deliberate manipulation of information infrastructures. of communication infrastructure. In that sense, it is borderline with cybersecurity. I think the Russians have been very much a front runner in the development and a number of techniques, astroturfing, information laundering, the creation of all sorts of websites. You see a number of famous, infamous campaigns. 500
websites.
Yes, exactly. So Doppelganger, Portal Combat. During the German elections, the operations that is now called the Storm 1516, creating 100 fake websites, filling up with artificial intelligence content, so synthetic contents, and using influencers in order to give credibility. So that is something that has not to be forgotten. To counter manipulations of the information infrastructure has nothing to do with suppressing freedom of expression. Freedom of expression presupposes a free market for ideas, as Stuart Mills was saying, right? And that requires a strong commitment to the process and the ability of all ideas to be exchanged and the ability of people to settle on the most plausible. The truth comes from the exchange of ideas. If you tilt the level playing field, that's like when you restrict competition in markets, there is no more fairness.
Well, I think this comes down to, indeed, a lot of interpretations of our understanding of free. And I think, Helmut, I think possibly my generation understood a lot of this freedom of speech came from our interpretation of watching American television. And there was the element of freedom to do things, freedom to act in a way, freedom to be, to have whatever partner we want in the EU, so on things like that in terms of equality. But then there's also freedom from, and freedom from cannot be limited to freedom from consequences as well. So
that's important. First of all, there's freedom to be stupid. Yeah. You know, you can walk around and say the earth is flat. I don't mind, do it. No problem. But if you have a newspaper and write the earth is flat, it's a different story, you know, and I was an editor-in-chief for a very long time, and I had responsibility. I mean, if I had written the earth is flat, some people would have said he's crazy. If I had written this guy here stole in the supermarket yesterday, he would have sued us, and he would have won. And I would have paid for it, because we had responsibility. Mr. Musk takes no responsibility at all. And I think this is the problem. So believe whatever you want, but if you are interested in facts, you should have the chance to get facts. And now I come to your organization, because we had Paolo, and it was very interesting. Thank you very much. And but I have to admit, I learned from EDMO sitting in this room in the European Parliament. I didn't know it. As I said, I was a journalist for a long time. I was a correspondent here in Brussels. I never heard about it. I think this is the problem. Everybody knows who Musk is. Everybody knows how the lies are produced. But very few people know that there are fact checkers. There are people doing a good job. They don't tell you what, right? They don't tell you what to have to think or believe, but they give you the chance to understand what's happening. And many people in Europe don't know it. So we have to do a campaign that there are fact checkers, and then do whatever you want, but and follow the laws. You know, so if you cannot slap someone in the face on the street, you must also not slap someone in the face on digital media, and it's happening all the time. You know what I'm reading? I'm a Nazi warmonger, by the way, just even want to know. And when I send it to the police, they write me back, I'm sorry, but X didn't give us the address of this person. So we cannot help you. This is our digital life right now. But as a politician, you have to take everything. That's my problem.
Well, as a journalist, you have to take it as well. Don't get into the amount of death threats and rape threats that are directed at women journalists here in Brussels, myself included, every day. Ryan, I want you to come in, because you were going to jump in there. I mean, obviously, we're talking about fact checkers and lie detectors.
Yes, I just wanted to add something about that. So I completely agree that, of course, fact checkers are super important when we talk about disinformation. Unfortunately, they are not the panacea. So when I talk about fact checkers, they are super useful to identify patterns of disinformation, even predict some trending. They were the ones saying, hey, there is something happening with Russia, and then the war started. So they are super important, but moderation and fact-checking can't tackle disinformation, can't fight disinformation. They are always one step behind, and it's the nature of fact-checking. And so even if we do the super moderation, super tight moderation in one social media, everybody will go to another social media. And most of the children we talk with all around Europe, they are on video games, they are chatting, they have Discord rooms where they don't have any moderation on it. They can share whatever they want. That's why we want to empower the European citizens themselves. That's where media literacy comes, because they had to be independent. They had to be independent critically thinkers when they are on these platforms, because we can't rest and we can't trust only the moderation and the fact checkers to do all the works by themselves and have everything on their shoulders.
Well, I mean, when you describe it like that, I mean, it is a huge amount to put on the shoulders of an individual who doesn't and cannot, even with the brightest brain, compete with the tech power that is behind these big tech companies. And I think, Keegan, is this where the AI-powered manipulation comes into play? And are we, as humans, able to counter it without some sort of systemic or legal framework in place to help us?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of work ongoing to build up, for example, shared standards when it comes to like watermarking, to mark synthetic content, and there is actually a lot of industry interest in this. C2PA being one of them that Adobe is sort of spearheading. And once again, there is actually a lot of alignment between Europe and the United States on some of these issues. So we just passed a bill in the United States on non-consensual imagery. And I think there's pretty much global agreement that that's bad. And the companies themselves, like the big ones at least, think it's bad too. So there is actually a lot of opportunity to have these discussions on where there is sort of mutual agreement on addressing some of these things. It gets significantly harder when things that are being said in Europe, which might be illegal or against the law, would be legal in the United States, and these companies are going to the president and saying, why should we make decisions on this if we're based here? I know obviously there's going to be a very different viewpoint on this panel, but this is nonetheless the sort of world that we have, where you have the United States saying that DSA and all these other things are basically against American sort of legislation, and they don't want to comply with it. And they now have a president who's passed an executive order saying that he will also defend American tech companies against what he views to be illegal sort of tariffs or fines on the American tech industry. And that tech industry just so happens to be the foundational backbone for a lot of Europe as well. And then who gets to make the decisions? The companies? Is it the governments? Is it the people? And there's still a lot of discussion going on, both in Europe and I think in the US as well.
Well, it's that latter point that causes us difficulty, because if it wasn't the foundational background or backbone, I mean, it'd be very easy to say, well, this is the cost of doing business in Europe. You want access to our consumers, you comply with our laws. The problem there is, can we sustain some of those big tech companies, which do underpin a lot of European companies as well, pulling out if we were to enforce those, assuming they wanted to, and assuming this isn't all just Trump bluster?
Yes, but you know, when BMW wants to sell a car in the United States, the car has to follow American laws. And if they say we want red light or green light or blue light, BMW has to do it. It's very simple. If we have the discussion with Mercosur and also with TTIP, the question what kind of meat is allowed to come to Europe. So of course, because we want to protect our consumers, that's the job of a government to protect the people. So in that case, it's very logical that they have to follow our laws. And I really have a hard time to understand how they even can discuss it if we are allowed to have our own laws. Of course, I know the problem is we can produce meat, but we cannot produce eggs. And of course, we were too late, and the gentlemen know much more about that as far as techniques is concerned. And we are late, but still, they want to sell us other things, and we want to buy it. So if they understand, you have your laws, we have our laws, and it's not censorship. On the contrary, we want to know your algorithm. We don't want a media, and this yesterday also one of the experts said that the mistake of the DSA is that those platforms are not labeled as media. And that's why they don't feel a responsibility. But call them platform or media, they should have a responsibility, and they have to show us their algorithm. And they have to show me, I mean, I use them, so they have to show me what they are producing. As when I buy meat, I want to know where it's from, and all the rest. You know, if it's bio or not, whatever. It's my decision if I want it or not. And if it's more expensive, I have to pay for it. That's all fine. But we have to protect our consumers from disinformation. As I said, the Ukrainians don't understand. Why don't you do that? Yeah, we should do it.
Paolo, let me come to you because I want to ask about academic researchers and to continue the automobile analogy. You know, you've got these tech companies, you can kick the wheels, but if you want to see what's under the hood, they have to open up the algorithm or they have to provide access. And there are also points around privacy rights and where researchers can gather this data that they need to really interrogate what's going on from. So what's your view on that? Are we getting the balance right? Is there a need for some sort of change or some sort of openness?
Yeah, let me say something a bit general. I come to your point. In general, I would say we have to tackle three negative trends that are moving forward and seems to be unstoppable right now. One, it is this geopolitical volatility that creates strong incentives for foreign actors to, develop increasingly ever more sophisticated techniques to manipulate the information infrastructures. The second one, it is this generative AI arm race, and the third one is the increasingly blurring lines between domestic and foreign disinformation. And there is the point that Helmut was making, that is very right. Algorithmic gaming has become, unfortunately, a standard of political campaigning, and what has happened in Romania, it is pretty clear. And what is really worrying there, if you look at the elections in November 2024, that was Kalin Georgescu prerogative to use TikTok and game the algorithm in order to gain in only 1 week 62 million views, which is totally anomalous, to say the least. But what has happened now, the other day, on the 21st of May, in the second runoff for the Romanian election, is that several candidates in the list were using the same techniques. EDMO has just published an analysis that shows that this run for virality and use of the vulnerabilities of the platform's algorithms is becoming a standard, and that is extremely concerning. Now, long premises in order to get to your question. If you really want to understand what is behind, you need to have access to data. Of course, there are privacy concerns, of course. But there are different ways to get access to data. One, it is, and very useful already, would be to have decent and affordable APIs that use public data, not private data, and that has no privacy concern involved. The other one, it is to get really serious about discussing with academics, I'm talking about the platforms, of course, serious to discuss with academics solutions for having access to non-public data. The solutions are there. EDMO has created already the blueprint for an independent intermediate bodies. That is, for the moment, the name. The real name will come later. But this endeavor seems to be doomed to run against the wall of the platform's unwillingness to play ball. They have simply withdrawn from the commitments in the code of practice, in the code of conduct now, concerning access to data, and that is a very bad signal.
Keegan, your thoughts on your interpretation of the appetite from companies, US, EU, I mean, perhaps China a little bit separately, in terms of this sort of cooperation with researchers and opening their algorithms?
Yeah, I mean, it used to be significantly better. I think that's clear. There's been a big shift to make it basically harder for academics to access the data that they used to have access to. X definitely changed its policy. It made it more expensive. TikTok has conditions on its agreement for researchers that basically make it, not in line with academic norms, where you more or less have to give them first right to look at your research and say whether or not you can publish it. And it's getting harder. Absolutely. So there are people trying to do workarounds, and there is still some research coming out, but it's nowhere near what it was before.
We're talking there about algorithmic data, which is obviously a little bit more in the hands of the tech companies. But Ryan, when we talk about monitoring the spread of misinformation and disinformation. Where do we draw the line in monitoring people's individual privacy and the need to actually, if you like, monitor online platforms in terms of this spread? I mean, because we do have that enshrined right to privacy in the EU, which is not quite the same sort of thing as, honouring big tech's desire to keep their secret sauce secret.
Oh, that's a hard question. So I would say that for us, data access for researchers is one of the most important things. When we talk with EU policymakers, when we talk with peers, when we talk with other organizations, we need to focus and we need to ground our discussions on data and not on something our own values and our own sense of social media is, because we all have our different content and we all have different feeds. So this is super important to be able to understand that. And when we talk about algorithm, that's a big thing about algorithm literacy. I was talking a lot about media literacy. There's also algorithm literacy. And when we talk with pupils, with teachers, they all know what is algorithm literacy, and they all know that they have their personalized feed. And when we talk about all of that, I think it's important to create a link with digital well-being. And digital well-being, it is known, there are studies focused on the fact that when you know that you have a personalized feed, when you know why you get this information, it creates a less pressure, less stress, and you can understand a bit more what you are facing. You can have a step back and maybe not sharing some disinformation, some misinformation, etc. So I think that when we talk about algorithm, it is important that the platforms are accountable, where their algorithm is, how they shape their algorithm, and how their business model is based on that. And when we want to focus on demonetized disinformation, algorithms are one of the first base of this ground when we have to talk about.
Now, I'm conscious that cybersecurity is in the title of this panel, and I know we had always planned to focus quite a lot on disinformation and countering disinformation. But if we could reflect a little bit on, if you like, the security side of informational security threats, because we talk about, perhaps infrastructural security, which we will leave, cyber attacks on infrastructure, which we'll leave aside for the purposes of this discussion. But I mean, Paolo, is the security of our information an inherent risk? Is there a threat landscape when we look at disinformation that is in parallel or comparable to, if you like, a threat landscape when we think of cybersecurity?
There are analogies. There are point of contact. Yep. Think about operations that are classic in the disinformation landscape that are called hacks and leaks. In 2017, Macron was about to fail the presidential elections because of the last-minute hacks in the mailbox of the République En Marche at that time, and then the subsequent leaks of emails which are in part true, in part fabricated. The Macron leaks shows that you can it's difficult to disentangle the two aspects. If you adopt a concept of disinformation which is grounded in the notion of manipulation of communication infrastructures, then you have also clearly cyber elements involved that needs to be addressed.
Yeah. I mean, what I think is so important and people still don't understand, we are defending ourselves. The Russians are attacking. And I just give you one figure. In 2024, the Russians invested in the small country of Moldova, 2.6 million inhabitants, 2.6 million people. They invested $200 million just in this small country, not only for the platforms, also for buying of voters and all this, but 200 million just for disinformation in a broad sense in a small country like a poor country like Moldova. So you can imagine what they invest in our countries, how much, and we you know, they have all the money, they have all the means, all the technical means, and we are standing there, and it's a dictatorship. One man says, let's do that, and we are standing there and say, okay, what can we do? We should do something, and is this fair, or is this not fair? So we are still not ready to defend, and I think that's really important. And Alexandra Gees is here, hello, because we are sitting together. She's member of parliament also from the Green Party. And
she's on the next panel, so we need to move it on.
No, but I want to say, since we talked a lot about Democracy Shield, it's really important for me as a member of this group to work together with many other groups, and we have all the same aim. We all, not all of them. Some find the Russians great, but you know, the moderates in the middle, they want a strong defense, and we talked about yesterday very much, strong defense. But as I said, we are only defending. We have no idea what we can do, and it's not our job, you could say. I don't have anything against Russia. I just want to live here in a democracy, not being every day attacked by a brutal dictatorship, and that's the case.
Well, I think everyone, if they have an interest in this, should go and look up what we're doing with Democracy Shield, and we don't have time to go through it all today, but I'm sure we'll manage to get that information out there, sharing through the social channels, ironically. I wanted to ask you as well, Ryan, whether, just briefly, there needs to be an element of training in terms of personal data security when it comes to media literacy. Is that something that you think needs to be an inherent part of it? Or is it sort of seen as, oh, well, that's separate? You know, companies patch exploits, that's not really our thing.
No, not at all. So we at Lie Detectors, we have at the middle of digital rights, education, and media freedom. So for us, when we go in a class and when we train the children, when we empower them with all our tools, all our resources, and also all the dialogue, we also train the teachers to do that. So we open lots of doors for teachers then to be able to get the resources and then continue the training. And of course, there is data rights, because the most important thing is that when we go in a class and when we talk with all these children and all this, the discussion we had with all the dangers that we see on the internet, it is also important to understand that there are good things on the internet. There's a yin and a yang, if I may say it like this. And so they have rights. And if we open the dialogue, and if we give them a way or a hope to be able to say, okay, you can get empowered with the internet, with all this, so you have rights and you can implement them and you can get your voice heard. It is important for them to have this hope and to be able to continue using the internet and not being afraid of that, continue to see fact checkers, to continue to see ethical journalism and get a proper information world.
Keegan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so but before I moved to the UK, I lived in Estonia for close to 10 years, which was a country that was subject to probably the first state-sponsored cyber attack. And what they have learned is in the digital age, there is no peace in cyberspace. You are constantly in a state of basically wartime preparation, whether that's from sort of aggressive campaigns by Russia or other sort of adversaries in the information space or actual in the cyberspace that's going on. And picking up on some of the things that were said earlier, I think you're right to diagnose that Russia, United States, others might be hoping to break up the European Union. I think that's a fair assumption if you look at what's going on. And I do think it's a fair assumption to say that that's an existential thing for Europe. But if you look at what's actually happening in terms of response to that, I think there's a little bit of a question mark when all of this is going on. You have aggressive nations going after your cyber infrastructure, you have companies who aren't respecting your rules, you don't actually have a strong domestic tech industry to sort of like act as a counterbalance against that in the social media space. But when you like have these conversations on what do we do to respond to that, the same level of severity doesn't seem to transfer. And I've always been curious, you know, how on the one hand it seems like it really is an existential crisis for Europe, but if you look at the reactions, it doesn't seem like an existential response.
Yes, because we were not good enough to explain how dangerous it really is. But the next step is coming. We're already talking about AI, artificial intelligence. It's all something we talked about in this committee, that if you use ChatGPT for your homework, for instance, you have to know that a lot of information in ChatGPT is already full of Russian disinformation. You check this as well. So it's full of disinformation. So if you ask ChatGPT what's going on in Ukraine, you probably get a strange answer. And that's the next thing which we have to teach to everyone, of course the young people, but to everyone who uses digital media. Don't try. You cannot trust always. You know that what we learned as journalists: check, recheck, double check. But that that normally is the job of a journalist. That's why you can use media. And if I trust the media, I trust the answer. But that's in the digital media is not possible anymore. I always, I think about when I saw the picture of Trump as the Pope. I thought that's really mean. I mean, who did that? And then we found out he did it, because I thought obviously it was AI, but he published it and he loved it, and he said my wife liked it very much. I always say yes, because she would love him to be Pope, so he would not be married. But it's another story. But, you cannot trust. You see a picture and you cannot trust anymore. You get information you cannot trust. And to learn this, I think this is really, for us, very difficult to understand that whatever we see, I probably cannot believe it. Or what can we do? For instance, I think that's the only way as far as AI is concerned. We need kind of filters, that the filter at least tells me, watch out, this is AI. You see a video of a discussion here, and it tells you, no, they didn't sit here together, it was AI. Then I can say, okay, then I can think about it. But I need, as a consumer, I always say consumer rights. As a consumer, I want to know where is it from, who did it, and what are the ingredients.
Well, Helmut, I think you've touched on, there was a couple of questions. We don't have time. We've actually already gone over time. And goodness knows we don't have time to get into questions about AI for parody, which would be a lovely panel to have next time. But I just want to acknowledge that Katerina was pointing out that spotting disinformation at scale is really important, but is also really quite difficult. And how do we do that? Pascaline Gaborit was also saying that evolving technologies linked with cybersecurity will enable micro-profiling and individualized disinformation to spread. So again, highlighting this issue of tackling things at scale and again wondering how can we protect ourselves and our democracies and our values. In short, we're not going to be able to answer that question on this panel, so I'm going to thank all our speakers and encourage you all to go and have a look up on Democracy Shield and keep sharing the conversation and talking about it online, as that's one way to actually do it. And to give a big round of applause to our excellent speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I will just say, please stay put here, keep your bums on seats, because our next panel is Building the Backbone of Europe's Digital Economy, looking at connectivity, 5G and quantum. And I will hand over to your moderator, Theophane Hartmann, please.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And without further ado, I will ask on stage MEP Alexandra Geese from the Greens political group in the Parliament. Please feel free to come on stage. Mr. Matthias Bauer, Director of European Center for International Political Economy, and Mr. Franco Accordino, Head of Unit at the Commission on investment of high-capacity networks, for this panel dedicated to building the backbone of Europe's digital economy. Welcome, everyone. And I have two mics. Great. Yeah. Do you have everybody has a mic? So when talking about the backbone of Europe's digital economy, Brussels has been hearing a very odd and new word in the past months, which is something called the Euro stack. Very odd, and everybody is wondering what it means. So my first question is to you, Alexandra Geese, because you've been in a committee discussion which kind of was the birthplace of the Euro stack word. So my question to you is, how do you define this backbone of a European digital economy, this lowest layer of a tech stack? What do you put inside?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for the question. And the Eurostack was not actually born in the committee, but yesterday we passed a great report in the industry committee.
Francesca Bria, right? This was the idea of Francesca Bria.
Yeah, the name, was coined in the idea by Francesca Bria, and I brought it into politics. And there were the women like Cristina Caffaro had a very important role, and then a lot of great people jumped on, and now it gained a lot of traction. But I'm very happy that also the parliamentary track yesterday sort of concluded the first step in the industry committee with the first report of the parliament on digital sovereignty and technological sovereignty in Europe. What is the backbone? I mean, the Eurostack basically focuses a lot on the infrastructure part, because with the AI revolution, everybody started talking about adoption of technologies, AI adoption, but just adopting technology that we don't design, that we don't produce ourselves, that we don't even understand, makes us even more dependent than we already are. And in the digital area, 80% of digital products and services comes from the US and not from Europe, from those services that we actually use. So just uncritically adopting the highest layer, the adoption layer, is very dangerous, because it would actually increase the dependence, and in the current geopolitical setting, this is dangerous. So the Eurostack focuses very much on infrastructure, and one part of the infrastructure is connectivity, so the backbone of it, and that's obviously telecommunications, so 5G networks, 6G networks, where we have historical dependencies, for example, on Huawei that we are trying to phase out. It's obviously undersea cables. The internet runs on undersea cables. And there also, we see a lot of foreign-owned cables. And increasingly, this used to be a classic state publicly funded infrastructure, and it's increasingly in private hands of the tech companies, so that it worsens our dependency. So we have to see how we deal with that. That's part of the backbone. And I would say satellite systems as well. And we know how critical this is. The Starlink case in Ukraine, I think, has made it very obvious that we cannot have real sovereignty if we don't advance satellite system. And there's the Irish system in Europe that needs to be worked upon and increased and strengthened. So I think we have all the possibility, especially in telecoms. We have a strong landscape of companies and of infrastructure in Europe, but we need to make sure that all these components work well together and stay sovereign, open standards. Open RAN is an interesting option here, especially in the telecom area, and that is the backbone.
Yep. That was what I was telling myself when I started working as a tech journalist, which actually the digital economy, we speak a lot about cloud and things that are difficult to conceptualize, but in fact it's digging a trench to put a fiber network, building a data center, which is a lot of hardware. So when talking about the digital stack, we're talking about real stuff you can touch, not only the TikTok application. About investing in connectivity networks, the Commission aims to accelerate the rollout of fiber, of 5G, data centers, gigafactories, quantum chips. That's a lot at the same time, especially with the budget constraints that we know. So the Commission has recently asked telecom operators whether we need to loosen banking rules that we inherited from the financial crisis in 2007-2009. So this is my question to you, Franco. Do we need to loosen banking rules to boost investment? Is this necessary?
Thank you, really, for the interesting question. Indeed, it's quite complex, and it has to be taken from different points of view. Of course, culturally, Europeans are risk adverse by nature. So altering, let's say, our fundamental culture, let's say, is always a little bit of a challenge, clearly. But as you know, we are discussing internally, and we actually postponed up to the 1st of January 2026, the entering into force of the new rules for the application of the Basel III framework that tells how banks calculate their level of exposure when covering the risks. Of course, there is quite a wide range of possibilities there, but certainly this is an element we need to discuss. For instance, allowing the banks to do more, to use a securitization of investments, and therefore inject more trust and more confidence into the private investors. At the same time, I would say this would be not enough, for sure. We need to work also in learning as a public institutions to invest with the private investors. So not considering the private sector as just a beneficiary, for instance, of subventions or grants or procurement or whatever, but learning to invest in financial instruments in a way that the role of the public investments serves as a way to de-risk the inclusion and the involvement of the private investors. Of course, the idea is there to reconcile the business, let's say, the policy objective, for instance, supporting more robust and resilient submarine cable infrastructure, with, of course, the need of the private investors to have revenues, to have returns. I think with the financial instrument, like our fund called the Connecting Europe Broadband Fund, are really the meeting point between these two forces, and you can define a financial instrument in a way that is market conform. So investing on market terms, like using the pari passu rule, and so acting like it would be a normal private investor. And this gives a lot of advantage concerning, obviously, the compliance with the state aid rules.
But I want to go back to this loosening the banking rules, because if I frame it in a way that everybody will understand is, do we need to invest our pension funds money to deploy 5G and 5G to the risk of having a financial crisis? This is what Sarah Knafo suggested in her report, to loosen banking rules and pension funds rules, but it was not taken up in the alternative report. So can you maybe elaborate on that, Mrs. Gies?
I think it's a complex discussion. I think we need a change in our investment culture in Europe. I'm from Germany, and Germans invest in engineering and things you can touch and things you can look at. And you have to have a lot of collateral to get the money. So the people who already have invested, who already have money, they get more. So it's not a culture that promotes startups. It's not a culture that promotes scale-ups. And we have not been we're very successful at startups, actually, but not at scaling up, because then when it comes to huge amounts of capital, we don't have that kind of capital market. But my feeling is it's more an issue of culture than of banking rules. But I'm not a financial expert. I think we definitely need the capital markets union, so making sure that if you invest in Europe, you have the same rules wherever you are in 27 member states, and it doesn't change across the border. I think that is extremely important. I think it is important that also pension funds have the possibility to invest in this. And I mean, the question is, can we have like the fund of funds that is publicly securitized to help with these kinds of investment? What kind of public funds do we have? What is actually their role to support private investment? I think we do have enough private investment. We just have to figure out how to redirect it more at European investment in European digital companies. With a word of caution, I don't think we solve everything with totally getting rid of the rules, which, you know, I was in the US the first week of April when the US government basically completely tanked the stock market in the US with the tariffs. And there was panic among Americans because Americans have what they call the 401c, so the pension funds that depend on the stock market. And people were totally panicking, because, you know, people invest a lot in their children's education. And then if they lose that kind of money, that means being really, really poor in old age, which in the US is not a very positive prospect. So I think we need to find a balance between changing the investment culture and looking at the financial roots, but I'm not an expert on Basel III, but also keeping a level of safety. It's also for our financial investment. That is something that we expect in Europe, and which I think is really something good we have in Europe and we should keep.
That's a very good and structured answer to what Rapporteur Sarah Knafo told me yesterday when the report was adopted, that her measures that the left didn't like were left out. That's what she told me. Matthias, looking at the fact that we need to change the culture, if we look at the recent elections and recent election last Sunday in Poland, it seems like EU citizens are currently favoring more national solutions than European solutions. Do you think that member states truly understand the necessity to overcome this divide and actually harmonize the market? Because in the end, they are still retaining the power in the EU.
Harmonizing the single market, within the single market. I would say the short answer to this question is no. Member state governments, and I would also argue that large parts of EU institutions have not yet understood the urgency of completing the single market if the overarching objective is to improve EU technological and economic competitiveness without giving up on high consumer protection standards and other things that are important to us in terms of core European values.
Despite later Draghi reports?
Despite the Draghi report. It's another report that followed the Lisbon agenda, a Monti report, different reports on the single market and monetary union. The issue that we have in Europe, and here I disagree with the notion that we have per se more risk-averse people in the EU than elsewhere in the world, or that we have a problem with our capital markets. Capital is abundant, including in Europe. The problem that we have is we do not have a single market. We have a single market for goods based on zero tariff trade within the EU, based on the principle of mutual recognition, but we do not have a single market in horizontal barriers or horizontal laws that are important for every business, irrespective of size, irrespective of the business model it operates in, and that is taxation, labor market policies, social security policies, business code and contract law. We have 27 different member states with 27 different regimes. Add to that 24 official languages in the EU, and that makes it almost prohibitively expensive for any business, especially smaller ones, to do trade across borders, which is why a European startup, irrespective of how promising the research, the technology, the business model is, will receive less funding, especially from private investors, than the equivalent company in China or the US. So if Europe really wants to take it seriously with competitiveness, we need to become more like China or the United States, not in the negative sense, in terms of raising protectionism or bully others, but by create a real single market.
So are you saying that Franco should stop working on the Digital Networks Act, but then tell all his colleagues that they should focus on creating a harmonized labor law and tax system instead?
Actually, in terms of economic impact, yes, of course, but you are with DG Connect, you care a lot about infrastructure. So you need to focus on improving things in this particular domain. Others in the Commission should probably work on other things. But what we, I think, need in the first place is leadership on the side of EU member states. Perhaps a coalition of willing member states to advance and start harmonizing. Perhaps under the auspices of the European Commission could be an option, of course. But as concerns, for example, the Digital Networks Act, there's a reform to not only consolidate the market for telecommunication services, there's also a need to consolidate the regulatory landscape. And here, one role model could be the United States, where you have one federal communication commission, which could become, BEREC or the commission, another commission agency. Remains to be seen, of course. But that's it. We don't even have passporting in the EU, where you as a telecom provider or a virtual mobile network operator register in one country and then are free to operate in any other EU country without having to run through the licensing circus. right? And I think the digital networks act or the telecoms market reform, it's in a way if not the litmus test for the single market. If you can't succeed there, I mean, what is there to do for the single market in the future beyond just, creating a level playing field for larger, more productive, potentially more competitive pan-European telecoms companies?
Indeed, but looking specifically at the telecommunications market, it's quite astonishing because compared to other tech sectors, we have a lot of European companies. There is no dependence on American companies. There is some dependence on Chinese equipment, but in fact, we have great trusted vendors, Ericsson, Nokia, very important telecom companies that everybody has heard of, Deutsche Telekom, Telefonica, Orange, and as well, one of the most vibrant and innovative market for alternative operators. And this market is delivering excellent value for money for customers. So in the end, Franco, what are we trying to fix here?
It's a very, very good question, again, because it looks like now we have everything, but in the end, perhaps is the network effect that we really miss and we need to work on, precisely on these user-supplier value chains, try to build up value chains, partnerships across the value chain that are, let's say, made in EU, let's say, or European stakeholders. I think these things elsewhere happen more or less naturally, sometimes because of more or less explicit or implicit interventions of the respective governments. But I think we need to be smarter and European also in that. I think we have a lot of opportunity here. And this has to, of course, span the entire spectrum of technology, pipeline, and value chains. And that's the reason why we are tackling the problem from different angles. We are working on the CHIPS Act and its review from on one side to make sure that we build the best chips in the world that are competitive in terms of performance, but also, for instance, in terms of regulatory compliance, contribution to common goals like sustainability or whatever. And at the same time, we are working on the Cloud and AI Act, or we are working, of course, and discussing and reflecting with the community on how to revamp, to put Europe back on track in competing on the so-called middle layer or stack. Okay, so that is fundamental, but if we only look at one specific segment, we make a mistake. I think we need to look at the chemistry, at the alchemy to allow that the various stakeholders from all around the circle can collaborate and build naturally these partnerships. So we act as a public intervenants or public policy makers or in public investors to act where needed and then give it the initial spin, and then the ecosystem will start to move on and produce and deliver European value in many dimensions. That's, I think, the short answer. But of course, I take the right, if it's possible, to complement later.
Yes. Did you want to complement, Alexandra? No?
Not on the networks. I beg to differ on having to be more like the US or China as far as the labor market legislation is concerned. Maybe that was not exactly what you wanted to say, but since just to let it there, I mean, the quality of life that we have in Europe is very much superior to the quality of life of an average citizen, depending on the labor market in the US, and not to speak of China. I just want to make that point very clearly. So if it's harmonization, it should be harmonization at a high standard, but we know how hard that will be to achieve, especially with the current political climate. And I think the bigger issue with investing that capital in Europe is not the labor market, but the presence of very dominant tech companies, and almost no antitrust action, almost no competition on many markets that make the investment in many digital products simply not profitable. I mean, in startups that I want to sell out to one of these companies, yes, but really building up a business that's supposed to stay, it's not worth it, because you know there will be the attack by Google or Amazon or Meta that will be bought up and just closed down, killer acquisitions. I think that is a much bigger obstacle rather than the labor market, that I'm very happy that we have rather high labor legislation standards in Europe, and I think it's very important that we protect the quality of life of our citizens. There should not be, I mean, we shouldn't imply that there's a trade-off between having innovation and high quality labor standards.
Of course. Coming back to changing the connectivity ecosystem, Matthias, there's been this ongoing discussion on whether the telecom market needs to be deregulated, especially by alternative operators who are saying that if we deregulate, incumbent companies will consolidate within their own markets, will drive costs up, and if we take an holistic approach, as you were saying, Franco, if costs are going up, then it will increase the bills for every businesses around the EU, and on another also on another level of a stack. If we take cloud infrastructure, they are hampered in the EU because of high energy prices, so the EU and the Commission wants to work on lowering these energy prices. But if we mess up in the way we consolidate the telecom market, we might end up with even with an increased cost for cloud infrastructure, but also any other businesses. So how do we make sure that we consolidate and create a pan-European connectivity market without having an increase or an increase that is too important on prices?
That's very hard to answer, of course. But I have a few ideas in mind that I haven't really chewed on, to be honest. But I'm following the debate. And first of all, my perception is that this sovereignty notion, which I think is a notion that is very dangerous, and it is about opening a Pandora's box. Sovereignty is now being used by pretty much every government, irrespective whether it's a coalition government between two moderate parties, or a left-leaning populist government, or a right-leaning populist government. It's used by all parties and governments to defend isolationist policies, national policies, to shield national incumbents, but also to protect national regulatory competences. And my feeling is that this notion of sovereignty, domestic or national competence, has also crept into regulatory authorities in the telecom sector, regulators, competition, or telco regulators plus competition regulators, which not only make their case about maintaining national competences on the basis of this sovereignty notion, but also on the basis of we are here to protect the consumer, and consolidation will harm our consumers at home. I think this is very simplistic. It is, in a way, I think, also ideological, about maintaining regulatory cultures at home, which may not have proven to be the best regulatory approaches. And I think this needs to be overcome. And for that, I think we need more data and indicators to look at. I'm not sure if that has already happened. I can tell you an example from my local policy engagement. In our city, we had to close kindergartens because of demographic change, less children, less demand, but there were many invested stakeholders that did not want to give up their facilities, their institutions. So what the city did, together with the support of the council, was a benchmarking analysis. How many kindergartens do we have? What is the utilization rate? What is the maintenance cost, the investment plans? And on the basis of that benchmarking study, we could make an informed decision. And I think this is something that we need for Europe as well. I think we have some 30 core network operators plus 100 or 150 additional telcos companies who buy in and lease infrastructure. I think we need to have a benchmarking study about where they are in terms of revenues, investments in rural areas, urban areas, staff productivity indicators, and there are many economic models and approaches that you can utilize for this particular analysis, and then we can have an open debate about what needs to be done regulatory in order to facilitate a market-driven process towards consolidation. And on top of that, a passporting regime, it could help, even though there are some issues that need to be clarified, of course. This would be my approach in order to, on the one hand, protect competition, but also, on the other hand, have the most rational decision, the most informed decision that you can have. What we currently have is narratives, including the EU narrative, but also narratives from domestic regulatory authorities that want to guard their turf, right? It's what we in economics call regulatory capture in a way, and this is a very prominent characteristic in telecommunication regulation. So that would be my answer to this question.
Yes, and I guess the way to see that is the stake states still hold in their national telecom companies. It's 60% in Slovenia, 30% in Germany, 20% in France. So it's still quite high, and we understand why. Leta explains it very well.
Yeah, yes. Let me just briefly add. There is a lot of evidence that government involvement in especially technology-intensive companies is slowing down the business model innovation in order to be able to compete with peers that pop up and are more innovative, are not incumbents, do not have to carry the slack of years with them and so on. So this is one aspect. At the same time, I would not oppose to have a government share in a company. After all, many companies in the telco sector are considered public utility. But my point is that with a public utility, there's also accountancy, holding them accountability. Oh, sorry. I was talking a lot about digital services, including accounting services today. So yeah, holding them accountable, exactly. That also requires to look into the dividends that European telco companies pay out every quarter or every year, depending on which company you look at. And the dividend yields of European companies are relatively high compared to what we see in our countries in the world. So it's not only that, so this is an indicator that capital may not be the issue here in the telco sector. Maybe it's the regulatory conditions, government plans that are not ambitious enough, or enforcement of conditions connected to grants is not as effective as it could be. So I'm just throwing in ideas here, observations that I have made, but I'm not a telco expert. I'm just giving some food for thought here.
Our digital decades target's not ambitious enough, Franco?
Well, I think obviously we set the target not just for the sake of doing an arithmetic game. No, we throw the ball there and then we all run to get to the target. This is a special meaning because by setting these targets, setting the bar level sufficiently high, but not impossible, of course, we stimulate investment, we stimulate also public and private investment, but also we stimulate reflection also on the regulatory layer. As you know, we are working on the DNA, and I agree. So the single market for telecom worked very well for competition, but inside member state competition and consumer prices, we have, I think, a quite good situation, but it didn't perhaps completely deliver in terms of competitiveness, which is our keywords today. That's the point. So looking at more on the offer side, obviously, even if we have super giants, we don't have competitors from outside Europe directly coming and selling connectivity here. We have cases, but they are relatively limited. It's more the non-European investors that sometimes do cherry picking on our key infrastructures, that is perfectly legitimate. We are in a free market. But of course, when you ask the point why the state is there, simply also because those are critical infrastructures. And so it's a concern for member states to see that their critical infrastructure would one day go into a path that is, of course, against the interest of that member state. This is very legitimate, of course. The question is, what can we do to facilitate the transformation of the sector? That is exactly the core question of the white paper and now what we are doing in the context of the DNA. And so transforming the telecom sector means looking at new models for revenue, business models. And here is where, having introduced a layer of competition, worked for the prices, but not enough to stimulate the stakeholders to invest in innovation. Typically, to diversify yourself, to grow your business, you invest a lot, not just in deploying infrastructure for the sake of deploying infrastructure with your business model, with your customers, B2B, B2C, etc., but also to sell more than connectivity. That's what I would like to see one day, to pay for a subscription and say, no, I will make your home an intelligent or smart home. So
but that's the issue,
going
right?
into directions of also bundling the connectivity with edge cloud, and then also with the vertical integration of edge cloud, and as well as, of course, the rest of the stack, and so to support, directly to support use cases, being it a smart home also, or a private network for industrial, for Industry 4.0, or any other type of business-driven application. That is, I think, what we need to do. This requires investment, requires a change of regulatory framework, and requires a mindset change also on the side of the public regulators and policymakers, but also on the side of the stakeholders, I think.
But this is an open discussion, right? Like telecom operators could have invented Skype, could have invented Netflix, could have become a cloud provider, but they did not. So isn't it because the business model is essentially different? Digging a trench to put fiber is essentially different from building Netflix. Can they do that?
I mean, we are talking about legacy companies with high government involvement in terms of shares in the EU. You see it in Orange, Deutsche Telekom, for example, and many others, including many in Central and Eastern Europe. So these companies have been shielded. Scale, say from Silicon Valley to Detroit, or the other way around. It's the same regulatory level playing field, the same language, but you cannot even set up a company like Uber in Tallinn, Estonia, and set up shop in Madrid in Spain, because taxi markets are regulated at the municipality level, sometimes the sub-federal level and the federal level. And this is true for many other sectors. In the so-called non-digital economy, think of healthcare, finance, public sectors, public services, and that's Europe's problem. So I'm not talking about going to the bottom of labor standards. You can perhaps even come to the agreement that we apply the, let's say, the most protective labor standard of Europe across the board, even though this is just an idea and not very realistic, which is why I'm calling for this coalition of willing member states to harmonize things, because integration, it has never been unanimous. It requires leadership, and you cannot have a single market with 27, not yet. That's my point. And maybe there's a big deal. In the recent past, this is not related to the backbone of Europe's economy, the tech backbone, but we've recently had this conversation about watering down the corporate sustainability due diligence regulation, for example, or the Green Deal regulation. But the big deal could actually be to remain this in place, even strengthen it, but at the same time get rid of all of this regulatory slack that you have because of having 27 regulatory fragmented markets plus or basically reinforced by 24 different languages, right?
Yeah, but
this could be Europe's.
Let's create a federation. Maybe as a closing remark, I wanted to speak again about sovereignty, because I understood your point about sovereignty in the connectivity sector, but there is another sector that is also a backbone of a digital economy, cloud, which is completely different from a telecom market, which is ruled by Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. They must own something like more than 70% of the market share. And there, the question of sovereignty is really dire. So, do you think we should need like more state engagement, Mrs. Gies, in trying to rebalance the cloud market, and how?
State engagement in the cloud market? No. The cloud market doesn't even want that, the European cloud providers, who are quite successful, by the way, doing a great job. They just lose. Yeah.
Some people are calling for nationalizing cloud, creating cloud, because cloud has become a digital public infrastructure. So I know this discussion has been going on as well as
yeah, I think that would be a very radical measure, and as I don't agree on everything you said. I disagree on a lot of things, but I do think that, you know, nationalizing companies without need to do that does not make much sense, because state involvement can be helpful in some cases, but in many cases it's not. So no, I don't see that discussion, frankly. We have great European cloud companies. What the role of the state is interesting with a different hat as a customer. States, public administration buy a lot of cloud services. And at least in my country, they buy a lot of American cloud space. They, you know, that there was last week, the military of my country, the German Bundeswehr, announced that they were building a sovereign cloud with Google. And, you know, if you look at recent contacts of President Trump with President Putin, I really do not, and what they did to Zelensky in the Oval Office, and the fact that Google is an American company subject to U.S. jurisdiction, therefore to the Cloud Act, that means giving President Trump access to German military data. Simplifying a little bit, Google explains it differently. They have air gapping and lots of layers in between, but in the end, it comes down to this. And there I really ask myself, I mean, whose side are we on and what are we doing? So I think that the role of the state as a customer is extremely important here. So one thing we are envisaging that we put down in the report also, we set out in the report that we passed with the industry committee, is that we open the public procurement directive to have a provision that says specific, I think for digital services in general, but for cloud services in particular, the public administration should buy, where it is possible, European services. Because in the cloud area, we have particular problem because foreign, especially with the US companies who are dominating the European market, it means the US administration has access to our data. And that is the contrary of sovereignty. So there the state would have a very important role as key customer, and that would also sort of create a lead market which would help European cloud providers to invest, to scale up, to know they have a room for investment, because what they want is not funding, it's not the participation of states, it's not public funding, it's demand. And what they complain about is that the tenders by the state, by public administrations, are often written in a way that they are excluded from the beginning. You know, you put a certain provision in that you want a very specific functionality that only AWS can provide, for example, which might not be needed. Or you could acquire only that functionality, and for the rest you could use a European cloud provider. I think that is something very effective we can do at European level, where we don't intervene, we don't nationalize companies, we don't intervene heavily, but we do make sure that European cloud providers have a market.
But are member states ready to do that? We had a big controversy in France because half of citizens' health data was stored on the Microsoft cloud with AI running on it. And lawmakers had to put it in the law that the government had to switch providers because the French state was not doing that. And the French state is the state that is the most into sovereignty in cloud. And if we have Germany that is using a Google Cloud for its army, will we have a deal in the Cloud and AI Development Act on public procurement?
Well, I think there was a political consensus that it was fine to have our data in American clouds because the Americans were our friends and allies, and they are very clearly saying out loudly that we are not. You know, they are designating Europe as the prime enemy. Marco Rubio came up last week, came up with visa restrictions for citizens of countries who, in his view, censor Americans, which basically mean the Digital Services Act, any kind of tech regulation. That means half of the European Commission. That means people like me who have been working on this and are still following enforcement. And what he designated as basically the enemy, as the people censoring Americans, it was not Russia, it was not North Korea, it was not Cuba, not Venezuela, it was Europe and Latin America. And when he says Latin America, what he really means is Brazil. And I think it still has to sink in, especially in the mind of conservatives like EPP, moderate conservatives, that the US is refusing to be our partner and our ally, and we would all love to have them on our side, but they decide not to be that anymore, and this is gonna change the relationship. So I think, for example, the agreement with the Bundeswehr, with the German military, is obviously, it was announced last week, but obviously these things are negotiated for years, so it's probably the end of the result of an ongoing process. But now we have to think these processes differently. And the very interesting thing is, what do German or European companies do, which are clearly European, but who have a large part of their business in the US, which is a problem in the digital sector, like Deutsche Telekom, for example. You mentioned that example. So where do they stand? That's a difficult situation for them. Or SAP, as the one big digital company we have in Europe, which has a lot of US business. Cloud deal, I assume. So that's the interesting question. But I think on a political level, we have to understand that in order to look, eye to eye with the US, and I'm totally in favor of a good relationship with the US. I'm very disappointed of probably not being able to go anymore. We have to, and this is where the sovereignty comes in, we have to be able to make our own decisions. When you're dependent, completely dependent for your whole basic infrastructure and digital infrastructure, it's not one sector. It's not like we can't make, I don't know, shoes anymore or something. It's the basis of everything we do, of our whole economy, of our democracy, of our private lives. We can't be, and the cloud sector is the one decisive sector, the one key sector in there. We can't just be totally dependent on another country. We have to build up our own capacities. When we say with the Eurostack idea, when we say sovereignty, it's European, and it's not about building a wall around Europe. It's around building on open standards, get out of the vendor lock-in we have right now. It's building open standards, open source, open standards, giving everybody the possibility to contribute, but nobody the possibility to control the whole stack and therefore to blackmail us, which is what is happening now. And when we had the kickoff event, 20th of September in the Parliament for the Eurostack, there was Brazil on the panel. There was India on the panel. Beckham, the CEO of Beckham was on the panel. India did this very successfully to clearly send that message, read messages from Taiwan, to clearly send out that message. This is about openness. It's not about closing Europe. It's about reopening the sector, having open standards. And this is what we can also do in the cloud sector. It's a temporary provision to have the state as an anchor client. Creating a lead market until we have cloud companies that are big enough to really compete. But it is a particular sector because of the data protection issue.
Okay, Matthias, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, briefly perhaps. I'll share most of what you just said.
Yeah, just we're a bit late.
Okay,
so
okay, yeah.
But if you could wrap up.
Yeah, the Neurostack initiative, I support what the objective is, how it how they want to approach it with open standards primarily, and I think standardization is key here, and we can learn a lot from the cellular industry, the 3GPP project towards common global common standards for connectivity, mobile connectivity, LTE, 5G, and so on. So I think this is what is needed, and the government can become kind of an anchor buyer to promote open standards. That's certainly true. In the Neurostack campaign document, you also find exclusive Buy European, which is a call for isolation, of course. So that I see very critical. We are going to publish a new paper soon. It is about breaking down barriers to cloud customer choice in Europe for the public and the private sector. And we look into existing regulation like the Data Act, the Digital Markets Act, the upcoming the upcoming Cloud and AI Development Act. What should not be done because we don't know much about it yet. And we look into competition issues. And there are competition issues, there are licensing issues, there are business practices that indirectly cause vendor lock-in. So there are a few issues that competition regulators should probably look into at the EU level, at the member state level probably. That's certainly true. There's one thing I wanted to mention, but it's my mind. So I will leave it with that. So there are many issues, and I think competition enforcement has a role to play here.
Absolutely. And enforcement of the Data Act, I guess, is always number one when we mention the cloud market. I'm going to take one question from the audience. Franco? Yes, we've just heard from Mrs. Gies that the US don't see us as an ally. So I have a provocative question for you. If the US don't see us as an ally and we need private investment, shouldn't we just implement the fair share?
This is the most difficult question you would have picked from the external audience, I understand. So I think certainly this is an element of debate that we have we have started 1 year ago or so, for which we didn't come to a conclusion. Of course, we know the problem, but let's say there are different ways of tackling this. Let's say, regulation of the OTTs or content and application providers, call it the way you want, I think they are not subject to the same regulation of the telecom operators. No? So, but if a cloud supplier is connecting, is making use of interconnections, between cloud nodes, for instance, of course, they would fall within the same scope. So we are reflecting on that. So I'm sorry for Pascal, but I'm not in a position in this moment to tell which kind of follow-up we would have in the DNA. But certainly it would not be addressed as the problem and this is the solution. It's not just a one-to-one matching approach. It's part of a broader, let's say, review we are doing of the code and then putting forward new ideas with the DNA that, of course, will indirectly, of course, provide a solution or tries to provide to mitigate the problem that is called and is underlying this question. So the sharing of the cost of the infrastructure proportionally to the use that you do, of course, this is a big issue. So there is no answer for the time being that I can share at this level.
Yeah, the Commission is still reflecting. Yeah. I'm going to open the...
Just wanted to say, okay, so thank you. We look really very much forward to your paper, to your reflection, if it's possible. But just inviting everyone, including online, to contribute to our ongoing consultation on the Cloud and AI Development Act. I think it's very important to get your input. Thank you. It's open until the 3rd of July.
Yes, and as we are a bit late, maybe I will give you the floor each 10 seconds on if you would wrap up what we should do for ensuring that the backbone of the digital economy functions well in the future.
Okay, if I can start. So I am a defender of international openness and international standards, not exclusive European standards. When we look at the US, I think we are, I hope, but I also think and I believe we only have a temporary situation with the US. Donald Trump is already very old. There are a few constitutional issues.
J.D. Vance is quite young.
Yeah, that may be true, but you never know. There are cycles in politics. Some are longer, some are shorter. You never know, and there will be increasing pressure from the U.S. business community on several parts of the Trump administration, and I think that will help to convince the current US government to take a more moderate stance, including as concerns traditional allies. There's one situation I just want to make you aware of. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, two big municipalities in Denmark, the city of Aarhus and Copenhagen, they decided to ban Microsoft for all of their public services. Their staff was not very much amused, so this is an open secret, in response to the threat regarding Iceland. So in that alone, and the debate that we are now having about the so-called kill switch, I think it is a game changer in all of this debate. Even though we should not go too far with the kill switch, because if you take it really seriously, which I think you should not take it, that would also imply that EU machinery manufacturers would not be able to export connected cars anymore, or connected machines with remote maintenance, and so on and so forth. So that's a big issue, but it's a political term that is now creating a big echo chamber, to put it that way. But I can only reiterate, we need to remain open, including as concerns our long-standing values.
Remain open. Mrs. Gies?
I hope you're right as far as the American political situation is concerned. I have doubts. I'm not sure this is going to go away that easily, because I think the polarization we see in American society is here to stay. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm making a lot of things. So. But I'm very concerned that if we don't change the way social networks work, and this is something we can only do here in Europe because we can't really influence the way it works in the US, it's here to stay, because there's a business model of the whole information ecosystem that privileges disinformation, that privileges polarization, that decides which speech is profitable and which is not, and what is profitable is hate, denigrating, dehumanizing speech, and extremism. And as long as we don't manage to change this model, I don't think there's hope, frankly. And we can do that in Europe because we have the digital services sector. We could do that, but we can't do it for the US. This does not mean that the government might change, but I think the business interests and the kind of polarization will stay with us for some time until we get this solved. What does that mean for us? I do think sovereignty in an open way is important. It is true that we're starting in a difficult position. Doing without Microsoft from one day to the next is not easy for the staff, that is true. But it's also true that we are developing systems. You know, if Ascendis, and it's a German-French cooperation, let's start doing it. You know, we're not going to change it from one day and to overnight, but if we start doing it, if we start mapping what we have and what the needs are, and chipping in wherever we can, and the Public Procurement Directive is a chance, the MFF is a chance to see where we can support with some public investment, quantum technologies, for example, which would allow us a great quantum leap in the future. But also the maintenance of open source, where it is not done privately. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do, and let's just start doing it and building on the talent and the skills and the company we have in Europe in order to then be open to enter in an open and free competition, but on an equal footing.
Thank you. So we have one position for an open economy, stay like we were, if I paint it with a large brush. And one about sovereignty. So what is the Commission view? Digital sovereignty in the open economy? Yes.
I can only fall in between. No, let me take it from an historical perspective. Sorry, I take only 1 minute or two. Our competition law is there, I think, for decades. So it's not the first time, even before the so-called geopolitical turbulences and market turbulence we are witnessing today, nowadays. Far earlier, we had cases where, for instance, we pursued dominant position on that particular segment, try to avoid. This is because of our European competition law, which is very much rooted into our treaty. So we don't have to consider, let's say, what we are doing on sovereignty necessarily as a reaction, which perhaps in some cases would be more than justified, but just as a reaction to some perceived threat or whatever. Of course, this is there, so I don't disagree with what you said, but I think we should not necessarily take the problem in face to face. There is a dimension of building and normalizing the market, make sure that users have choices, businesses have choices. So if we put an anti-lock-in clause into the new tender regulation, we do it also because we like this. This is being European, and not necessarily this should provoke be interpreted as a counter-reaction or whatever. This is, I think, a more positive, a still firm, let's say, position I would like to share. My personal opinion is that we should insist in revitalizing the market in the various dimensions of the large digital ecosystem, and try to reinforce European stakes in those segments where we are objectively weak. So we should not be afraid in saying this. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And on this very positive note, I will close the panel. Thank you very much for attendance. I also need to thank our sponsors, Code and the Center for Europe for Future Generation. And also a big thank you, please join me with a big round of applause for our Euractiv events team, which has worked relentlessly to organize this event. And without further ado, you can go outside. There are some drinks, I've been told.